At the beginning of everything, there was only chaos. There were already the elements of what would form the universe, but they were completely mixed, in a massive absence of meaning. This original chaotic period lasted for many ages. Gaia, the Mother Earth, emerged from this primordial chaos, a goddess whose main characteristic was her extreme fertility. The goddess Gaia gave birth to our planet and personified all the earth that covers the world. She gave birth to several primordial deities, such as Pontus, the god of the sea, and Aureus, the deity of the mountains. Gaia gave birth to the god Uranus, a supreme being who would personify heaven, reigning over all things. Uranus made Gaia his wife. During the night, Nyx, the goddess of the night, also emerged from chaos. She crossed the heavens every day, covering it with her black mountain. At dusk, Uranus and Gaia united. The fruits of this union quickly began to hatch. The goddess gave birth to creatures with dreadful features, including Hecatoncheirus, monsters with 100 arms and several heads, and the Cyclops, powerful one-eyed beings. Uranus and Gaia also gave birth to a new generation of gods, powerful beings who would become known as Titans. The celestial god, when he saw the powerful offspring he had begotten, began to fear being dethroned by them, so he took action. Uranus threw all his children into Tartarus, a dark place in the depths of the earth. Appalled, the Titans beat the walls of Tartarus with violence, trying to escape. They were trapped in Gaia's womb. The revolt of creatures that were so powerful provoked an intense pain in their mother, who suffered terrible aches. Gaia couldn't stand that situation and decided to conspire against her husband. The goddess asked one of her children to destroy Uranus, but all the Titans rejected, except Kronos, the most ambitious, who thought he could perform that task. Kronos receives a scythe made of diamond and headed to the heavens wielding that weapon. In the celestial residence of Uranus, Kronos found the supreme god sleeping on a cloud. With a sharp stroke of his sickle, the Titan castrated his father. Uranus's cry of pain was heard throughout the universe. The skies were painted bright red, the blood of Uranus. Uranus's testicles were thrown into the ocean, and giving their fertilizing abilities, several deities emerged in the waters. Cronus triumphantly returned and freed his imprisoned brothers. As the great hero of the revolt, he was hailed as the new supreme lord of the universe. Cronus didn't free the Hecatoncheirus, nor the Cyclops, because he considered them very dangerous. They remained in Tartarus. After the banquet, the new sovereign was visited by his father's specter, which revealed to him a terrible prophecy. He said that, like his father, who had been dethroned by an infamous descendant, Cronus would also lose the supreme throne, overthrown by his own son in a terrible fate. Cronus reigned supreme over the universe, after dethroning his father and liberating the Titans. Like his father, the god Uranus, Cronus began a tyrannical reign over the world. With the support of the Titans, he had no rival. But, despite having supreme power, the Titan lived tormented by the curse invoked by his father, who said that one of his sons would be responsible for his fall. Cronus was willing to do anything to prevent that outcome. The sovereign was married to Titanide Rhea, a divinity loved and adored by all. The queen of the Titans soon had her first daughter, awakening in Cronus his most monstrous side. Rhea gave birth to a new kind of divinity that seemed superior to the previous generation. The Titan asked to grab his first daughter, named Hestia, one of the most loving deities ever. But in the child's eyes, Cronus saw his terrible future. A hideous impulse caused the Titan to devour his daughter. Cronus would take the newborns from the arms of their mother, who helplessly tried to prevent the tyrant from devouring one more of her children. She begged in vain, but could not soften the hard heart of the Titan. The children were successively devoured. But Rhea promised herself she wouldn't allow that monster to devour another of her children. The queen got pregnant again, but had a plan to save her baby from her terrible husband. Rhea would hide in a cave on the island of Crete, where she intended to give birth away from Cronus. She gave birth to a beautiful child who had incredible power. Rhea felt that the women of destiny had woven a glorious future for her son, who received the name Zeus. Rhea left her son in the care of the nymphs and Corybants, who beat their shields hard to muffle the sound of the powerful cry of the divine baby. The queen wrapped a stone in a cloak and took it to her husband. Cronus was waiting for her, ready to devour another child, and received the false baby delivered by Rhea. Cronus swallowed the stone without blinking, while the queen cried on the ground. But this time, the tears were not of sadness, but of emotion in saving her son's life. On the island of Crete, Zeus was breastfed with the milk of the Amalthea goat, strengthening himself every day. Zeus was informed of all that was happening in the world by a powerful eagle, which would become his sacred bird. The god grew into a powerful deity, ready to fulfill his destiny. As an adult, Zeus was unexpectedly visited by Metis, a wise deity, who gave him a decisive gift for his journey. Metis revealed to Zeus the terrible fate of his brothers, imprisoned in the stomach of the Titan. But with a potion, Zeus could free the other gods. Zeus, in disguise, went to Mount Orthris, the fortress of the Titans. There he offered the potion to Cronus, promising that the solution was a delightful delicacy. Cronus felt invincible and did not believe that anyone would dare to plan something against him, so he accepted the potion. The Titan drank all of the solution that tasted different, but Cronus quickly began to feel nauseous. The mighty Titan vomited all his children: Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Hades, and Poseidon. They were already adults and had a desire for revenge. Cronus also vomited the stone that deceived him. With his brothers at his side, Zeus led a revolt that would change the fate of the universe. After releasing his relatives from the stomach of Titan Cronus, Zeus guided his brothers to the top of Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece. It was there that the headquarters of the rebel gods would be established, who would fight against the tyranny of the Titans. This rebellion gave rise to the Titanomachy, better known as the War of the Titans. On his throne on Mount Orthris, Cronus summoned all his Titan allies to the great battle. The general of Cronus's army was the Titan Atlas, who would lead the attacks against the Olympic gods. The plains of the Thessaly region were the battlefield between the armies of the gods and the Titans. The Titans began to impose themselves on the gods because of their immense physical power. Zeus, aware of the power of the army of the Titans, went looking for reinforcements in Tartarus. He freed the strange one-eyed creatures known as Cyclops. These, in a gesture of gratitude, forged formidable weapons for the gods. Zeus received his famous and powerful lightning bolt. Poseidon was gifted a majestic trident capable of creating earthquakes and tsunamis. and Hades the Helm of Terror, which gave him invisibility. With the new weapons, the gods managed to face the huge titans. Cronus' army threw whole mountains against the gods. The battle between the gods and the titans lasted almost 10 years, full of intense hand-to-hand combat, and the scale seemed to tip to the side of the titans. Zeus decided to free the fearsome Hecatoncheires of Tartarus, giants with 100 arms and 50 heads. The horrendous creatures had a decisive impact on the war. The army of Titans panicked when they came across those grotesque creatures. Zeus gathered all his power to give even more energy to his most powerful lightning bolt. This struck Cronus' head, and the impact of the blow shook the universe. The Titans were subdued and punished exemplarily. Cronus and his allies were condemned to a perpetual existence in Tartarus, the Hecatoncheires assuming the role of jailers. Zeus reserved a special punishment for the Titan Atlas, leader of the Titanic troops. He was condemned to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for all eternity. The Olympic gods now reigned supreme. Under the command of Zeus, a new order began in the universe. One of the most powerful deities in Greek mythology is Poseidon, the god of the seas. From his throne in his underwater palace, he exercised all his power over the seven seas. Along with his brothers Zeus and Hades, he defeated Kronos and his titans during the infamous Titanomachy. The dominion of the seas was given to Poseidon. Hades ruled over the underworld, while Zeus was in charge of the sky. Poseidon, the god of the seas, was highly mercurial. In his bouts of rage, quakes and tsunamis were generated. To venture out to the seas could be a way of life with no return. Concerned with the unsteady seas, Zeus thought he had found a solution to ease Poseidon's violent outbursts. The sea god needed a wife. The Olympian lord asked Nereus, an ancient sea deity in declension, to yield one of his beautiful daughters to marry Poseidon. He was honored to have one of his descendants reign over the seas. Once Poseidon was notified that Nereus would grant one of his daughters to marry the god, he left to meet his future wife. The Nereids, Nereus's daughter, were brought to the god of the sea so that he could choose his new wife. The Nereids were gorgeous sea nymphs, but one girl in particular caught Poseidon's attention. Her name was Amphitrite. Her black hair like the night made her stand out among the others. On seeing her, the god already knew who his new wife would be. The god sailed off confidently and with a lewd expression in his eyes to marry the beautiful sea nymph. But the innocent mermaid was repulsed by Poseidon's attempt and fled into the darkness of the ocean's depths. As a result, Poseidon searched the entire ocean for Amphitrite, to no avail. The disappointment in romance made the god even more surly. It was now Zeus who was antsy about the whole situation and forced Doris, Amphitrite's mother, to reveal her daughter's whereabouts. Without any alternative, she revealed her daughter's location. Afraid of frightening the nymph again, Poseidon dispatched his loyal dolphin to convince the Nereid to meet with him. Amphitrite relented to the claims of such a graceful creature and decided to return and give the god of the seas a shot. The mermaid would eventually become the new queen of the seas. In anticipation for her service to Poseidon, Delphin the dolphin was fashioned into a constellation. The union of Poseidon and Amphitrite gave birth to Triton, a god half man, half fish. He would serve as Poseidon's messenger and became his heir. Zeus's scheme apparently worked. The seas became more peaceful and less dangerous. However, Not even all the charm of his wife was strong enough to contain the bitter temper of the Lord of the Seas. At the beginning of time, the earth was ruled by the Titans, powerful deities who were the sons of the primordial gods. Prometheus was one of them, a deity as old as time itself, who could foresee the future. The Titan predicted the victory of the Olympic gods over the Titans during the Titanomachy, the great war between gods and Titans for supreme power. He did not oppose Zeus during the conflict, and escaped from being imprisoned in Tartarus together with the other Titans. When the conflict ended, Zeus ordered Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus to create and populate the land with the most diverse animals. The Titans had plenty of raw material, and while Epimetheus was molding every kind of creature, Prometheus coordinated the production process. Each animal was given a talent. The birds were given the ability to fly. The elephant was granted an enormous strength, and the talents were evenly distributed. Man was saved for the end. They wanted to do something special. However, after shaping man from clay, they realized that all talents had already been attributed to the other animals. Prometheus presented his work to the goddess Athena. She felt marveled by the Titan's work and decides to bless it with the divine breath. This is how humanity came to be. But Prometheus was not happy with the result. He wanted man to stand out over all animals. He was just a smarter monkey. Man lived in caves, dodging every kind of animal, subsisting on fruits that dropped on the ground, fearing and dreading darkness. Athena advises Prometheus to introduce fire to man. With the sunset, the Titan headed to Helios's carriage, which was waiting for a new dawn. Prometheus lit the torch that would be given to humanity. With fire, man started to develop rapidly. Weapons and tools were created, and man began to dominate nature. Prometheus was finally happy. He was humanity's good maker. Watching the blooming of this new creature, Zeus decreed that they would honor the gods by offering sacrifices. But Prometheus interceded on behalf of humanity, preventing his creation from being exploited. Prometheus was very clever and attempted to deceive the god on behalf of men. Prometheus asked for a bull to be sacrificed to the gods. The product of the sacrifice would be split into two piles. One was smaller, but contained the best meats, covered by the animal's skin. The other pile was bigger, but it only contained bones and entrails. These were wrapped in fat, which made the offering look attractive. The cunning Prometheus knew that Zeus's ambition would make him choose the bigger pile, while man would have the best part. And he was right. Realizing that he had been tricked, Zeus was furious with those who had deceived him and decided to take the fire out of the hands of humanity. Without the fire, mankind started to regress. They were again tormented by darkness and cold and could no longer cook their food. Outraged, Prometheus decided to steal the sacred fire and give it back to man. During the night, he went to Olympus and returned with the flame stolen from Hephaestus's forges. With the re-establishment of fire dominance, mankind was thriving once more. But the glowing flames attracted Zeus's attention during the night. Furious, the supreme god decided that Prometheus could not go unpunished, given his insolence. He imprisoned him on a rock in the Caucasus to endure eternal punishment for defying Zeus's decisions. But Prometheus's punishment wasn't simply life imprisonment. His torment would be terrible. Zeus decided that a dreadful bird would be responsible for devouring his liver, instigating immeasurable pain. Prometheus was an immortal titan. With that said, after being torn apart by the odious bird, his liver regenerated, just to be attacked again by the animal the next day. The Titan endured this punishment throughout many and painful years. Then, Zeus came down to earth and offered him freedom if he hid the knowledge of fire from man. As humanity's benefactor, Prometheus rejected the god's offer and decided to sacrifice himself for his creation. With that, humanity could prosper, thanks to Prometheus's martyrdom. At the beginning of time, the Titans Prometheus and Epimetheus were responsible for the creation of man. To foster the development of his creation, Prometheus promised to steal the sacred fire from the gods and give it to humanity. The Titan knew that he would not go unpunished from such a crime. Sooner or later he would be punished by the gods. He also knew that the fate of his brother and humanity was in danger, and he advised him, "Epimetheus, my dear brother, my misfortune will not be enough to tackle Zeus's wrath. Regardless of what may happen, don't ever accept any gifts from the gods. With that, our creation will be safe." Epimetheus welcomed the advice with gratitude and assured him that he would not accept any gift from the gods. Just as Prometheus had predicted, Zeus devised a plan against Epimetheus and humanity. The supreme god ordered Hephaestus to nurture the first woman. The crafty god created the most graceful of creatures. She was introduced to the gods, who granted her different gifts. Aphrodite gave her an unparalleled beauty. Hermes granted her the power of the word. The Charites adorned her with clothes and jewels. Pandora turned into a magnificent creature. Zeus ordered Hermes to deliver Pandora to Epimetheus as a gift. But first, he gave her a beautiful box, saying, "Take this gift from me and give it to men, but do not open it under any circumstances." Pandora was then introduced to Epimetheus. He was so dazed by the youngster's unsurmountable beauty that he forgot his brother's advice never to accept any gift from the gods. Epimetheus put Pandora in a room of his palace. She stood there, admiring the beautiful box she had brought as a gift from the gods. Pandora wondered what kind of gift could be inside, since the box itself was already stunning. She failed to resist her curiosity and decided to look inside. Pandora opened the box carefully. The naive young woman had no idea what was coming. A powerful pressure pushed Pandora away, and a black mist started to come out of the box. The mist contained all the evils that Prometheus had not nurtured in men. Until that moment, man was pure and lived in the Golden Age. There were no needs and no conflicts. It was a world of pure happiness. But the box liberated all sorts of evils that would plague humanity. Envy, cruelty, greed, disease, and hunger were now part of the world of men. Pandora unsuccessfully attempted to close the box. The girl noticed that every evil had come out of the box, but hope was found at the bottom. Hope gives strength to man not to give up his life when facing evils and obstacles that afflict him. With hope, Zeus managed to extend the punishment imposed on men indefinitely. In the beginning of time, Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, consolidated himself as the supreme lord of the universe. But before he had the goddess Hera as his queen, Zeus had had another wife. There was a goddess as beautiful as she was wise. Her name was Metis. She was the daughter of the Titan Ocean, who helped Zeus free his brothers from Cronus' stomach during the Titanomachy. Zeus was fascinated by the precious deity and wanted to take her as his wife, but the goddess resisted the god's approaches. Metis tried to escape from the god in every way, but Zeus was persistent. The goddess had the power of metamorphosis and could transform herself into anything. She used this power to escape Zeus. But Metis could not escape Zeus forever. The god set an ambush for the disguised goddess. The Lord of Thunder jumped on Metis and grabbed her. The goddess could not escape the god's strong arms and submitted to his will. With the cunning goddess at his side, Zeus's reign seemed more prosperous. The god seemed able to tame all the chaos that had reigned in the world since primordial times. However, on a visit to Gaia, the primordial goddess who personifies the earth revealed a terrible omen. Gaia told Zeus that his wife would have 2 children. The first would be a girl who would equal the strength and wisdom of her father. But the second would be a boy who would become stronger than his father and take away his power. Zeus feared having the same outcome as his father, the Titan Cronus, or his grandfather, the god Uranus. Both had been dethroned by their sons. But, inspired by his father, Zeus devised a plan to prevent the omen from coming true. Zeus asked Metis to transform herself into a drop of water so she could give him a taste of her metamorphic power. The god swallowed his wife so that she could not give birth to the being that would dethrone Zeus. After swallowing his wife, Zeus incorporated the gifts of the goddess Metis. He became a much wiser, fairer, and less impulsive god. But he didn't know that she was already pregnant. Time passed, and the powerful god began to feel headaches. He felt a horrible pain. His head seemed about to explode. Zeus asked for his head to be opened and the source of the pain to be removed. He couldn't withstand such pain. The Titan Prometheus struck the god on the head with an axe. A strong light began to emerge from the open crack in Zeus's head. A female figure surfaced on Zeus's head. From Zeus's forehead emerged the goddess Athena, with her armor and weapons fully grown. Zeus was proud to give birth to that formidable creature. With her mother's intelligence, Athena would become the goddess of wisdom. She was also considered the goddess of defensive warfare. Therefore, confrontations against Ares, the god of war, would be inevitable. Metis remained in Zeus's stomach, and the prophecy of the couple's second child was never fulfilled. Athena proved to be a brave, pure, just, and wise goddess. She was considered the favorite daughter of Zeus, and was thought by many to be Zeus's legitimate successor. The Garden of the Hesperides was considered one of the most beautiful places on Earth. It was there that the beautiful goddess Hera lived before meeting Zeus. The god of thunder fell in love with the goddess, but the goddess, knowing that Zeus had a reputation as a womanizer, rejected his approaches. But the great god didn't give up his new passion and made a plan to win her over. He took the form of a small bird known as Cuckoo and made a heavy rainfall. The goddess was sorry to see that little bird soaked and cold. To comfort and warm it, Hera tucked it close to her body. Zeus, in the shape of a bird, took advantage of that situation to unite with the goddess. After this union, Zeus and Hera decided to organize a grand wedding party where all deities were invited. Hermes was given the task of inviting all gods and minor deities to the divine wedding. The guests started to arrive, and no deity had the audacity not to attend the wedding of the god of the universe. Only the nymph Calliope, known for her laziness, had not arrived. As Hermes was responsible for delivering the invitations, he feared being held responsible for the guest's absence. So the god tried to gauge what had happened. The god arrived at the nymph's house and searched for her. Hermes found the nymph asleep and wanted to know why she wasn't at the party. The nymph answered that she was about to leave home and that he didn't need to worry. The god, feeling more at ease, returned quickly to the party. Calliope decided to sleep only 5 more minutes. Much later, she woke up and headed sluggishly to the party, one step slower than the other. Her laziness was colossal. At that moment, she preferred to be in bed. Halfway there, she began to meet the guests who were already returning from the party. So she decided to go home, because the party would probably be over, and she didn't want to tire herself out pointlessly. As Hermes predicted, he was eventually held responsible for the nymph's absence. Zeus and Hera did not believe Calliope could commit such an act of disrespect. Enraged by being found guilty, Hermes again decided to visit Calliope. Calliope was in one of her traditional napping moments, floating in the lagoon in front of her house. Looking at that scenario, Hermes was furious. He lifted Calliope's house from the ground and decided to punish the indolent nymph. "You hate to stay away from your much-treasured home, don't you? So from now on, you'll have to carry it wherever you want to go." The god threw the house over the nymph, which floated over the waters. After the impact, Calliope emerged with the appearance of a reptile. The nymph was punished. Now she would have to carry the house on her back, but her laziness and slowness did not change. Hera, the queen of the Olympian gods, was finally pregnant with Zeus's child. Feeling excited, the goddess imagined how beautiful her son would be. Her expectations were enormous, as he would be the son of the king and queen of heaven. However, the child was not what she imagined. Upon seeing her son for the first time, she was horrified. He was a hairy baby with rugged features, soot-covered dark skin, becoming even uglier as he cried. The mad goddess said that he was not her son and threw him into the ocean from the top of Olympus. The little god crashed violently into the ocean waters, but survived. However, he was crippled and limped for the rest of his life. Hephaestus was rescued by the ocean-side Thetis, who quickly became attached to the child, unlike the goddess Hera. Thetis took him to the island of Lemnos, where he grew up playing with volcanoes. From childhood, Hephaestus developed an unparalleled skill in the art of metallurgy. Using the heat of the volcanoes, he created the most powerful weapons and the most beautiful jewelry. The god came of age and decided to return to Olympus. He had produced a beautiful golden throne for his true mother, the goddess Hera. Upon seeing her strange son return, Hera felt chills run down her spine. But upon seeing the throne he brought with him, she quickly forgot her discomfort. She was pleased with the gift and was eager to try it on. The throne was divine, beautiful, and comfortable. However, as she tried to stand up, the goddess realized that she was bound to the throne, and no one seemed able to release her except Hephaestus, who knew the secret to freeing her. But to free her, he demanded that his mother and the court of Olympus stop treating him with contempt and accept him back into Olympus. Ashamed, the goddess accepted the demand and was freed, and began to treat him with due respect. Finally, Hephaestus made one last request, which shocked everyone present. He asked for permission to marry Aphrodite, the most beautiful of the goddesses. Zeus realized that, because of her enormous beauty, Aphrodite aroused passions among the beings of Olympus. Conflicts would emerge sooner or later. Therefore, even without consulting Aphrodite, Zeus forced her to marry Hephaestus to avoid future conflicts. The young Hephaestus came to be respected as a great deity. The god was a magnificent blacksmith. Among his greatest works were the sandals of Hermes, the armor of Achilles, and the bow and arrow of Eros. He was a divine artist. High on Olympus, the goddess Hera was furious. She had just discovered that the goddess Leto was pregnant by her husband Zeus. Furious, the goddess forbade Leto to give birth anywhere with solid ground. No land sheltered the pregnant goddess. She wandered a long time without any destination, feeling the pains of childbirth. Suddenly, she found the floating island of Delos. This island, not being connected to the earth, was not covered by the ban of the Queen of the Gods. Leto was able to give birth there. To her surprise, she did not give birth to only one child, but two. First Artemis was born, and then Apollo. Apollo was beautiful and blonde, the perfect representation of the sun. Artemis had white skin and black hair, resembling the moon. The black hair symbolized the night around her. After learning of the birth of Leto's children, the goddess Hera went berserk and decided to send the serpent Python to chase and devour the newborns. The goddess Leto wandered the world, fleeing from the serpent that chased mother and children, aiming to devour them. Once, she and her baby children were thirsty and found a small pond. On the bank were rude peasants, who violently forbade the goddess and her children to drink water. To stop her, the peasants stirred the bottom of the pond with their feet, so that the mud mixed with the water, preventing it from being drunk. Consumed by rage, Leto turned the peasants into frogs, forcing them to spend the rest of their lives shrieking around the pond. The little gods grew up, and Zeus offered them very powerful bows, made especially for them by Hephaestus. Artemis fell in love with the offer and began to dedicate her life to hunting. She became goddess of the hunt. Apollo, with the powerful bow in his hands, could only think of one thing: to take revenge on the serpent that tormented his mother for so long. Zeus told his son where the beast's lair was, and he headed there to kill it. The beast was in a cave at the foot of Mount Parnassus, where it hibernated, as nothing threatened it. Apollo instigated the serpent to come out of hiding by shooting incandescent arrows into the cave. Python came out of the lair, thirsty for blood and wanting to devour its opponent. Apollo fired successive arrows at the monster, but they bounced off the hard scales that protected the snake. The god looked for a weak spot in the beast, while dodging its dangerous blows. Confident, the young man shot 2 arrows at once. One hit the python's eye, and the other hit the beast's chest, which was covered by thinner scales. The heart had been wounded, and the beast was roaring in pain. Apollo shot one last arrow, which entered the beast's mouth and killed it. Python died, and over its dead body, Apollo decreed that a sacred temple would be built there in its honor. This place became the Oracle of Delphi, where priestesses known as Pythonesses made the most diverse prophecies. In ancient Greece, there was a region that is now known as Attica. There, Cecrops reigned, a being who was born of his own land and had a serpent's tail and a man's trunk. Under his rule, the city of Cecrops flourished. This city was surrounded by the seas. Fishing was essential in this society, as much of the people's food was taken from the sea. Due to its dependence on the sea, the cult of Poseidon was strong in the region. The god of the seas wanted a city that would glorify him, and for this reason, he went to Cecropia. People of Cecropia, consecrate this city to the Lord of the Seas, and you will have the ocean as your backyard. Your people will overtake all others while you are on the seas. Change the name of the city to Poseidonia, and you will receive my blessings." The god hit the ground with his trident, and a fountain of salt water began to gush forth. "This is my gift to you. Before you leave for the sea, kneel before the fountain, and it will tell you if it is safe to sail." Suddenly, a strong flash interrupted Poseidon. In the middle of the light, there was the silhouette of a female figure. It was Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. The goddess also wanted to be the patroness of the city. The goddess addressed the crowd, who were already surprised by Poseidon's visit, and who now felt perplexed before such a majestic deity. "Citizens of Attica, if you choose me as the protector of the city, beauty and wisdom will bear fruit in that city. The arts and sciences will develop like nowhere else in the world." The goddess struck her spear to the ground, and a beautiful olive tree was born in the hole. "This is my gift. I know how arid the earth is around you, but the fruits of this plant may be your food. Besides, you can use its oil to ward off the darkness and warm your homes." The people were amazed at the gift. Cecrops, fearing to infuriate the eventually overlooked god, thought that the population of the city should decide what god to honor. The men lived from the sea, and all of them voted for Poseidon. The women, on the other hand, who lived from the land, thought that the gifts of Athena were superior. Since there were more women than men in the city, Athena won. Poseidon was furious and did not accept the decision of the crowd. "There is only one honorable way to decide. Grab your weapons and fight me." Poseidon was one of the most powerful gods. He believed Athena was no match for him. But the brave goddess had no fear and prepared for the clash. The battle between the gods began, and they measured forces. The dispute was interrupted by a bolt of Zeus. "This dispute will be discussed at the Council of the Gods of Olympus, where the fate of the city will be decided." On Mount Olympus, the gods met to settle the dispute between Athena and Poseidon. Zeus was the head of the meeting and allowed the other gods to decide on the subject. All the male gods voted for Poseidon, and all the goddesses voted for Athena. As chairman of the board, Zeus abstained, and Athena was the winner by only one vote of difference. And so the ancient city of Cecropia came to be known as Athens. In honor of the goddess, a beautiful temple was built on top of the Acropolis in her honor. However, Poseidon's fury made life difficult for the Athenians. They were no longer welcome at sea. The concerned population went to the Oracle of Delphi. The Pythia told them that Poseidon's fury would only be diminished if Athena's women were punished. To reconcile with the god, all the Athenian women lost the right to vote. To seal the peace between Athena and Poseidon, a beautiful temple was built in honor of the god at Cape Sunion. The god was magnanimous and forgave the people of Athena, allowing the city to keep the gift given by the god. Thus, in Greece, a city emerged that would stand out from the rest. It took thousands of years for Athenian women to recover their right to vote. The seawater surrounding the island of Cyprus was getting milder, seemingly ready for the beautiful scene about to happen. From the waters, the one to be deemed the most beautiful of all goddesses started to emerge. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, daughter of Uranus, the god who had once reigned over the world, materialized upon a shell. After arriving at Mount Olympus, she was under the spotlight. The gods were delighted with the new arrival, who brightened the splendid abode of the gods even more. Zeus noticed that such beauty would be the source of quarrels and disharmony. After all, Aphrodite awakened lustful feelings and pure envy in the gods. To avoid chaos, Zeus decided to unite Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess, with Hephaestus, a rustic-looking god. Aphrodite submitted herself to the desire of the ultimate god and united with the god of the forges. Despite his brutish appearance, Hephaestus was endearing to his wife. Using his talents, he made and covered his wife with the most beautiful jewels. However, the blacksmith god was always absent, as he spent great lengths of time working in his forge in the Etna volcano. In the meantime, the goddess of love struggled with loneliness. There was another god, known as Ares, the god of war, with a poor reputation. His unrestrained bursts of violence and thirst for blood turned him into a much feared individual by mortals, while also being repudiated by the gods. Even Zeus, his father, had no sympathy for the god of war. He picked Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, as his favorite. But one goddess failed to resist the reckless approach and bad boy manners of the god of war. Her name was Aphrodite. Eris had a perfect athletic build and was stunningly beautiful. In Aphrodite's eyes, this contrasted with the god Hephaestus, a rough-looking and crippled deity, after he fell from Olympus when he was just a baby. Aphrodite was tired of being that lonely. It was when the fiery goddess of love heard the arrival of Ares, who had returned from yet another one of his wars. Staring at that beautiful, blood-drenched god, she got goosebumps, and she promptly offered herself to clean all that blood. Ares felt surprised. For a long time, not a single resident of Olympus showed him the slightest courtesy. The insinuating Aphrodite started her seduction ritual. Poor Ares didn't stand a chance against the powers of love. Hidden, the gods went through a night of fiery love, and from that day on, whenever Hephaestus went to work, Ares visited Aphrodite on her marriage bed. To avoid being spotted by Helios, the personification of the sun and the #1 gossiper among deities, Ares ordered Electryon to guard the door of Aphrodite's room, warning him if the sun ever came by. Hypnos, the god of sleep, had already noticed that something odd was happening between the couple, but he didn't want to be known as a snitch. The god of sleep then hit Electryon with an overwhelming need to sleep. He fell asleep and did not see the sun approaching. After waking up, Ares noticed that it was day already. The couple had surely been spotted by the sun. Enraged with Electryon, Ares decides to punish the negligent watchman, turning him into a rooster. From that day on, Electryon never stopped shouting just before the sun came up. The god Helios told Hephaestus everything he saw. He refused to believe in his wife's betrayal, but decided to set a trap just in case. "My beloved wife, I have a major job to do, and I will be gone for a week." As soon as Hephaestus went on his way, Ares jumped to the wife's bed. But this time, the adulterous couple would not get away with it. The god of forges had weaved a net so fine that it looked invisible, having put it on the bed. Right when the gods were doing it, the net fell on the couple, imprisoning them. The cuckold god called the other deities to witness the shameful scene. "Look at these traitors, caught in such a disgraceful situation. They can never leave my powerful net. They will remain imprisoned as punishment." Hermes looked at Apollo and said, "Apparently Ares decided to devote himself to a different sort of battle, a more hand-to-hand thing, so to speak. Of all the punishments ever devised by the gods, being united with Aphrodite certainly must be unbearable. Poor Ares." All the gods started to laugh. Ashamed and humiliated, Hephaestus decided to repudiate his wife. From the union of Ares and Aphrodite were born Deimos, Phobos, and the beautiful Harmonia. The Greek world was full of musicians and poets who sang the deeds of gods and heroes, but none of them could compare to Orpheus. He was the son of the muse Calliope and the god Apollo. From his mother he inherited an unsurpassed melodious voice, and from his father a talent for writing outstanding music.
When he played his lyre offered by Apollo, the animals would calm down and stop to listen to him, and even the plants would swing to the music's rhythm. But Orpheus was not only a virtuous artist, he was also endowed with great courage. The young man was part of the Jason crew in his quest for the Golden Fleece. Thanks to Orpheus, the Argonauts escaped the seductive siren song, since the hero managed to muffle the deadly melody of sea creatures with his own music. After returning from the adventure, Orpheus met the beautiful Eurydice, falling in love. Eurydice was the biggest fan of Orpheus's songs. The young lady's passion for the songs often made him jealous of his own compositions. During the couple's marriage, dark omens pointed to a turbulent future. But nevertheless, the couple decided to live out their days as best they could. One day, while Eurydice was walking through the fields, she was spotted by Aristaeus, the beekeeper. The young woman ran away from the man who wanted to rape her, but she encountered her sad fate. In her escape through the grass, the unfortunate girl was stung by a snake. Eurydice failed to take many steps and fell to the ground. Upon hearing the news, Orpheus ran to meet his beloved. The young woman died in the arms of her lover before departing for the kingdom of Hades. With her beloved's body in his arms and making use of his powerful voice, Orpheus cried out the saddest lamentation of all. The happiness in his songs disappeared, and from that day on, only dismal and melancholic sounds came out of his lyre. The unhappy Orpheus turned to Zeus, the supreme Olympian god, asking him to bring his beloved wife back to life. Zeus said he could not interfere in the affairs of his brother Hades, but Orpheus could go to the world of the dead to converse with the god of the underworld, with Hermes by his side. Along with the messenger god, Orpheus descended to the world of the dead. With his melodious verses, the young man softened the heart of the boatman Charon, who agreed to make his crossing over the river of the dead. At the gates of the underworld was Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog, responsible for stopping intruders from entering his master's domain. Orpheus played his lyre and sang him a quiet song that made the dog fall asleep. Hades and his wife Persephone were surprised by Orpheus's presence in their domains. Enraged, the god said, "How dare you invade my domains, mortal creature? You shall tell me your motivation, or you will suffer in Tartarus for all eternity." "I'm begging you to allow me to return to the world of the living with my beloved Eurydice." Orpheus sang a sad song, and the boy's pain was tremendously felt by all. While Orpheus played his lyre, the world of the dead stopped to listen to him. Sisyphus stopped rolling his stone, and for a moment, the Furies forgot to punish sinners and thieves. Everyone was stunned by Orpheus. Hades was moved by Orpheus's music to the point of shedding an iron tear. Queen Persephone interceded for Orpheus, and Hades asked for Eurydice to be brought to their presence. The couple's reunion moved everyone. That's when Hades spoke.
"You two are free to go, but you must go ahead, and Eurydice will go right behind you, and under no circumstances can you look back. Otherwise, you will lose her again."
A dark path emerged from the underground to the surface, and the couple set out for the world of the living. Orpheus walked all the way back, feeling concerned, because he was not sure if Eurydice could keep up with him. When he was almost at the end of the tunnel, and the sunlight was already hitting his eyes, Orpheus couldn't contain himself and looked back to make sure his beloved was there. But at that very same instant, Eurydice was pulled back into the world of the dead. Orpheus still attempted to hold his beloved's hand, but it was too late. Orpheus was desperate and wanted to return to the underworld, but Hermes stopped him. The desolate Orpheus sank into a terrible depression, and his music never rejoiced again. Sometime later, he was found by a group of Bacchantes, the Dionysus's priestesses, who wished to sleep with the young man. but he could only play and sing his sad songs. Enraged, the Bacchantes threw stones at Orpheus, but the power of his music dodged them. The Bacchantes decided to muffle the music with bells, screams, and drums. No longer protected by the music, Orpheus was killed and pierced by the Bacchantes. His remains, along with his lyre, were thrown into the river. The dismayed Muses picked his divine lyre and honored him by turning it into a constellation. Despite his sad end, Orpheus's spirit was free to meet his beloved Eurydice in the Champs-Élysées. In the distant kingdom of Phrygia, the god Dionysus could not find Silenus, his faithful drinking companion. He was also the god's master and foster parent. Silenus was considered a sage who delivered his best lessons when drunk while acquiring the power of prophecy. The wise old man was found passed out by peasants in the forest after suffering an alcoholic coma. They took him to King Midas, who recognized and welcomed him immediately with full hospitality. There were days of drinking and feasting in honor of the illustrious guest. The god Dionysus was pleased to find his old companion so well treated by his host. He greeted King Midas and, as a sign of gratitude for the good deed, decreed to fulfill any of Midas's wishes. The ambitious Midas did not reflect deeply on the matter and quickly chose his wish. "I want everything I touch to turn into gold." "Are you sure?" "Yes, of course. I will be the richest man who ever lived." Dionysus fulfilled his wish, but felt sorry for Midas that he didn't make a better choice. Midas, eager to test his new talent, picked up a small stone that lay on the ground, and it immediately turned into a gold nugget. Euphoric, Midas touched several things, and all of them immediately displayed the golden color of gold. Midas suddenly felt hungry and decided to eat an apple. As he touched the fruit, it turned into a copy of the golden palms in the gardens of the Hesperides. The shrewd Midas tried a new approach. He took a fork, which soon turned golden, and stuck it into a piece of bread. The king brought the fork to his mouth, and as he tried to bite into it, he felt his tooth crack, as the bread had also turned gold. The king realized that what he thought was a gift was now a curse. Midas felt that his end was inevitable, since he would quickly die without food, and he collapsed in tears on the dining table. The king's daughter arrived at the palace and saw her father weeping on the table. Attempting to console him, she touched her father's hand. Midas looked in horror at his daughter, who had turned into a statue of gold. In desperation, he knelt and asked the god Dionysus to remove that nefarious power. The god took pity on Midas, as he had no intention of harming Midas and his daughter. Dionysus asked the king to plunge into the waters of the river Pactolus, and, already in the water, to ask that the power of his touch be removed. Midas bathed in the waters, and the riverbed became covered with a golden sand, and the scales of the fish also began to glitter like gold. The king was finally free of the curse. Everything he touched returned to normal, including his daughter. After this trauma, Midas repudiated all wealth and left in the company of Pan to live simply and humbly in the fields and forests. Gaia, the Earth Mother, still felt a lot of resentment against the Olympian gods, as they had imprisoned the Titans in Tartarus. The Earth Mother generated a powerful offspring from the blood spilled by Uranus after his castration. These extremely strong beings became known as the Giants. They constituted an army of 24 giants, whose sole purpose was to dethrone the gods of Mount Olympus. The Olympian gods banded together to face these formidable enemies. They fought to defend the new cosmic order and prevent the world from returning to chaos. The struggle between gods and giants began. But the gods seemed powerless, for even their most powerful blows were unable to defeat the giants. The goddess Hera prophesied that there would be only one way to defeat the giants. To her dismay, the prophecy said that the gods could only win with the help of a powerful mortal dressed in lion skin. There was only one man on Earth who fit that description. His name was Hercules. Zeus ordered Athena to look for Hercules so that he could join the Olympian gods. The mighty giants continued to be unbeatable if they were in contact with the land where they had been born, near Thrace, and they began to pile up great stones, trying to reach the heavenly abode. But while the giants were concentrating on defending their building, they were surprised by a terrifying roar. They fled without looking back, but they didn't know that it was only the howls of Silenus' donkey, who was bringing his pupil Dionysus to join the battle. With the reckless courage that only a totally inebriated individual has, Silenus chased after the giants mounted on his distinguished animal. He felt like a paladin on a white horse. Realizing they had been tricked, the giants reorganized and returned to the fight. But the time gained by Silenus was crucial for the arrival of the hero Hercules. Hercules shot down a giant with one of his arrows, but as it fell to the ground, the earth gave the giant new life. The gods realized that they would have to lure the giants out of their homeland, for only then could they defeat them. The mighty Hercules gave a giant a bear hug and took him to another territory, where he exterminated him with his club. The giant Porphyrion tried to attack the goddess Hera, but was hit by an arrow from Eros. Despite his injury, the giant continued his attack, but now with purely lustful desires. Jealous, Zeus struck the creature with one of his most powerful thunderbolts. Meanwhile, the god Ares fought bravely against the giants, but ended up on his knees. However, he was saved by Apollo and Hercules, who, with their bows, shot down another giant. The gods weakened the giants, preparing them for Hercules to deliver the final blow, and the giants fell one after the other. Dionysus brought down the giants with Tharsis blows, while Hecate immolated them with her torches. Athena threw a huge rock at the giant Enceladus, who tried to flee across the sea. This huge rock became the island of Sicily in the Italian peninsula. Hades also participated in the battle, using his fork, and lent Hermes the helmet of invisibility. The latter, now invisible, ran at high speed through the giants, striking blows with his caduceus. Finally, Zeus paraded triumphantly in his chariot over the corpses of the fallen giants, having at his side Nike, the goddess of victory. The warrior Hercules received great tributes. Without him, the giants would have thrown the universe back into chaos. Within the Phoenician kingdom of Tyre, there was a beautiful princess. Her name was Europa. She was the child of King Agenor, a descendant of the highest Egyptian nobility. The king bestowed upon his beautiful daughter a majestic dress. It used to belong to her mother, the nymph Libya, who received it as a gift from her lover Poseidon. The young girl glowed with splendor as she wore the dress made by the gods, so much so that her beauty attracted the attention of Zeus on Olympus. During the night, the princess experienced a strange dream. Two divine women were fighting. One had Eastern features, the other looked Western. The winner would get the ownership of Europa. The West-looking woman came out the winner. She addressed the young Europa and said that one day she would be whisked away to a distant land, where she would be delivered to Zeus. Europa awoke frightened, although wondering if what had happened was just a nightmare or a legitimate prophecy. In the morning, the princess went for a walk by the sea with her friends, unaware that Zeus, brimming with lust, was watching them. Zeus converted into a beautiful white bull and decided to approach the girls. They quickly noticed the superb animal and approached him. The white bull seemed gentle and exuded a sweet aroma. Europa and her friends began to caress its soft hide and marveled at such a beautiful bull. One of the young girls decided to ride on the animal, but the dashing Princess Europa was quicker. With the help of her friends, she rode on the bull. The bull-shaped Zeus slowly led the princess down the beach, while the young women were overjoyed and delighted. One of her friends mentioned that she also wanted to ride the animal. Zeus hastened his step towards the sea waters. The bull and the young girl walked into the water. The animal swam splendidly and appeared to surf the waves. Europa was elated by the experience, but suddenly realized that the bull was leading her into the open sea. Frightened, she grabbed onto the animal, fearing she would drown. They both sailed through the blue sea for a long time. It was nightfall, and finally the bull led the young girl to dry land and then left her. The young girl was afraid, as she did not know her whereabouts. Europa was hopelessly considering taking her own life. Then, the beautiful woman she had met in her dream appeared. She was the goddess Aphrodite, who said that during the princess's dream, she had earned the right to the presence of such a beautiful young woman in the West. The girl just wanted to know why she was there. The goddess of love told her that she had been kidnapped by a bovine Zeus. She didn't have to worry, for he would devote much love to the princess and planned great honors for her future offspring. Zeus then appeared and introduced himself to the young woman. He said that they were in Crete, the land where the great god had been born. However, from that day on, the island would belong to Europa's descendants with the god. Rhadamanthus and Minos, the future legendary king of Crete, were born from the union of Zeus and Europa. Europa became immortalized, as now all the lands of that distant region would be known by her name. Minos was sovereignly reigning over the island of Crete, a descendant of a rather distinguished lineage. He was the son of the princess Europa with Zeus, the lord of Olympus. The god turned himself into a white bull and succeeded in kidnapping the maiden and taking her to the island of Crete. The couple had 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon, who would inherit the island of Crete. Minos succeeded in overruling his brothers and took the crown of the island of Crete for himself alone. The island was situated on a strategic route in the Mediterranean, which yielded great profits for the kingdom from trade with various nations. King Minos used his vast accumulated wealth to build the great palace of Knossos. To build his splendid palace, he got help from a brilliant Athenian architect and inventor known as Daedalus. Notwithstanding his kingdom's tremendous development during his reign, Minos was still a disputed king. To solidify his power, Minos asked the gods for help. The king requested the god Poseidon to send him a bull for sacrifice in honor of the god of the seas, to show that the gods were on his side. Poseidon granted the king's request and raised from the sea a magnificent white bull, as beautiful as the one Zeus had transformed himself into to abduct Europa. Minos was astonished by the animal's size and decided to stop it from being sacrificed by adding it to his herd as a breeding bull, thus establishing a breed of superior cattle. The king chose to sacrifice an ordinary bull from his herd instead of the one that Poseidon offered him. This angered the god of the seas, who had granted that animal to be sacrificed for his own glory. Poseidon could not allow such disregard for the gods to go unpunished. The god made the bull he had gifted become an angry and indomitable animal. It caused damage to the kingdom of Minos and frightened the population. But his revenge was not yet complete. With Aphrodite's help, Poseidon arranged for Pasiphae, queen and wife of Minos, to fall in love with the bull. The queen tried to draw closer to the beautiful bull, who rejected Pasiphae's approach. Enraptured by her passion for the animal, she asked Daedalus to help her seduce the great bull. The ingenious inventor came up with an unusual idea. He created a replica of a cow made of leather and wood, with a chamber where Pasiphae would be housed. This way, the queen managed to achieve her union with the Minos bull. The Minotaur, a creature half man and half bull, was born from this loathsome union.
The birth of the hideous beast caused great shame to King Minos. As the Minotaur grew, his bestial and violent nature was no longer manageable. Minos ordered Daedalus to erect a huge labyrinth where the fearsome Minotaur would be imprisoned. This labyrinth became the dwelling place of one of the most heinous creatures of Greek mythology that was fed with human sacrifices. But the terror sparked by the Minos monster would find its demise when confronted by a tremendous opponent named Theseus. Demeter, the Greek goddess of agriculture, traveled the world to bless plantations and be revered. Rituals in honor of the goddess took place in the woods dedicated to her. But in one of these rituals, while the devotees made offerings in the woods to honor the goddess provider, the ceremony was interrupted by the cries of a group of rude woodcutters. "Leave this forest immediately. I want that wood for my new palace." Erysichthon, a rich and powerful nobleman of the region, was famous for not respecting the will of the gods, and he started cutting down the forest consecrated to Demeter. The greedy nobleman was amazed at the beauty of the consecrated oak. "Knock down that oak, then use the wood to build the most beautiful furniture." The woodcutters hesitated. It was believed that the dryads lived inside the sacred oaks. They were the nymphs of the forest protected by Demeter. "Give me that axe now!" When Erysichthon struck the tree with his sharp axe, blood flowed from the open crevice. Hidden by a hood, a mysterious figure tried to peacefully prevent that barbarity. "How dare you bring down a forest dedicated to Demeter? No one else will touch these trees, under penalty of suffering a terrible punishment." "This forest is on my land, and I will do as I please." The tree cut down took the form of a nymph lying dead on the ground. Behind that hood was not an ordinary woman, but the goddess Demeter, who revealed herself with all her fury. "You dared to destroy, kill, and desecrate that which belonged to the gods. So, you will pay for your crime in an exemplary manner." Terrified, Erysichthon and his servants ran away in a panic, but they became the target of the goddess's curse. The nobleman arrived at his palace, breathless after a long run. Still, he was happy to have escaped unharmed from the goddess's fury. After the escape, Erysichthon was hungry and asked the servants to serve him his meal. At the table, the nobleman attacked the roast chicken as if he had never eaten in his life. After devouring a whole chicken, he ate the remaining food on the table. "I want more. Bring me more food." The butcher brought a whole piglet. As soon as he approached the table, the lord grabbed the little pig. Tired, Erysichthon went to his room holding the little piglet leg. But something sinister seemed to be chasing him. While he was sleeping, he received a visit from the demon that personifies hunger. The sinister being attacked Erysichthon's stomach, making him feel an endless hunger. The nobleman awoke frightened, feeling an unprecedented hunger. Erysichthon demanded a great feast to appease his hunger, and his servants gave him all the food available. But his hunger was not lessening, and at every dish he devoured, he said, "I want more!" Erysichthon devoured all his flock, and his fortune diminished with the purchase of more and more food. The process continued for several days. Erysichthon lost his entire fortune. "I want more!" The one who had once been one of the richest nobles in the region was now begging in the streets for food. His beloved daughter found her father in the streets and tried to help him. But, driven mad by hunger, he sold his only daughter as a slave so he could buy more food. In captivity, Erysichthon's daughter prayed to Poseidon to get away. The god turned the young woman into a donkey, and in disguise, she managed to escape. The daughter met her poor father again, ruined and hungry. The kind girl, in her equine form, believed she could help her father. Erysichthon, in tears, recognized his daughter's loving look on that donkey, and crying, caressed the animal's face and said, "I'm sorry, daughter of mine, but I want more."
Poseidon felt sorry for the fate of that kind young woman and turned her into a butterfly. Free, she flew away and never met her father again. Without any income and starving, Erysichthon returned to the sacred forest of Demeter, where everything had begun. He prayed for forgiveness, but the goddess ignored him. The poor man, desperate for hunger, sat down under a tree and began to devour his own foot. He spent the night using his body as food. The next morning, there was nothing left of him on earth. In early times, Zeus led the victory of the Olympian gods against the Titans during the Titanomachy, the war between gods and Titans for control of the universe. Zeus became the supreme god, reigning over the world on his throne in Mount Olympus. When the god raised his arm, exposing his powerful bolts, the other gods bowed as a sign of respect. No god had as much authority as Zeus. Only the goddess Hera, Zeus's wife, was as respected as her husband, but not even the goddess could go against the supreme god when he was stubborn. Zeus, although he loved his wife, was not faithful to her, and he lived extramarital relationships. For this reason, Hera and Zeus fight constantly due to the latter's infidelity. Tired of being humiliated by her husband, the goddess started plotting against the Lord of Olympus. The other Olympian gods were also sick and tired of Zeus's arrogance and egotism. He ordered and ruled the world according to his will. Under Hera's leadership, they decided to come up with a coup against their sovereign. The gods entered the room where Zeus slept in a glorious crib. Poseidon and Apollo grabbed the god's arms and chained him to his bed, making use of powerful gold chains made by Hephaestus. By the time Zeus noticed what was happening, he was already immobilized. Consumed by anger, the god uttered the most terrible threats, but the other gods paid no mind to him. They were more interested in who would occupy the supreme throne. The goddess Hera, queen of Olympus and leader of the uprising, considered herself to be the obvious choice to occupy her husband's throne. But the throne had other suitors. Athena thought herself the most knowledgeable and dignified. In turn, Apollo believed that only the sun god could bring light to this new cycle, while Poseidon claimed to be the most powerful. Hestia was the only one who did not run for the position. Thetis, the daughter of Nereus, predicted that a civil war was about to take place at Olympus. The fight of brothers against brothers could throw the world into chaos, and only the steady hand of Zeus could avoid such conflict. Thetis met powerful Briareus, the greatest of the Hecatoncheires, a massive creature with 100 arms and 50 heads. Briareus's loyalty to Zeus was unbreakable, and he went to Olympus. The gods were paralyzed in front of such a creature. The Hecatoncheire broke the chains that imprisoned Zeus. The supreme god unleashed a mighty thunder sound, trembling the whole universe. The gods who participated in the coup laid down their weapons as a sign of submission. This tackled part of the gods' fury. Hera was punished for leading the rebellion against Zeus. The goddess was chained and hung in the sky. She remained in that position until she took a solemn oath, promising she would never rebel against her husband again. Zeus had a special punishment for Apollo and Poseidon. The gods had to serve the Trojan king Laomedon and help in the construction of the impenetrable Trojan walls. In the ancient city of Corinth reigned a rather cunning man. His name was Sisyphus. He was probably the smartest man of his time. The smartest, but not the wisest. Sisyphus was a direct descendant of Prometheus. This deity had the boldness to stick his nose into the matters of Zeus and paid a high price for the intromission. And, much like his ancestor, Sisyphus decided to interfere in the gods' affairs. He witnessed the kidnapping of the young and beautiful Aegina by the eagle-shaped Zeus, and he realized he could take advantage of it. Although he was king of a glorious city, this metropolis struggled with a shortage of drinking water. Young Aegina was the daughter of Aesopus, a river god, who was deeply saddened by the disappearance of his daughter. Sisyphus went to Aesopus and declared, "I know where your daughter is, but this information comes at a price. In return, I want you to create a spring of water to supply my kingdom." Aesopus accepted Sisyphus's offer and created a spring of the purest mineral water. Sisyphus revealed to him what he knew, and Aesopus went after his daughter. King Sisyphus was pleased. This new spring would be a source of abundance and even more prestige to his city. Zeus, the supreme lord of Olympus, was enraged by Sisyphus's revelation and ordered Thanatos, also known as Death, to find him and take his life. Some time passed before Sisyphus was surprised by seeing Thanatos in his palace, but an idea quickly sprung up in his cunning and mischievous mind. He went to Death and said, "So, it seems my time has come. I did not expect to die so young. However, I am much surprised by your splendor. Indeed, you are such a magnificent deity. You shall know that of the many gods I have known, few carry such a remarkable and elegant figure. And before I leave, I would like to present you with some ornaments that will make your presence even more dazzling. After all, these jewels will no longer be of use to me." Thanatos felt flattered with such a torrential stream of compliments and decided to accept the gifts. Sisyphus put a pair of silver bracelets and a necklace on Thanatos. However, those were shackles and a collar. The Corinthian king did what appeared impossible until that point. He managed to cheat Death, and Thanatos became his prisoner. Time passed, and no one died anymore. The kingdom of Hades was no longer receiving any new subjects. On the banks of the river Acheron, Charon had no more passengers to cross the waters. The wars set by the god Ares were no longer a source of pleasure for him, as nobody died. The enraged Ares traveled to Corinth. He knocked down the palace door and broke the chains that imprisoned Thanatos. Free, the god of the dead was absolutely sure of his first target, and started to search for King Sisyphus to complete the mission Zeus had handed him. But Sisyphus was expecting that. He told his wife that, if he died prematurely, she would not render the royal funeral services. Sisyphus delivered himself peacefully to Thanatos, who took his life. Charon was already waiting to lead him to the kingdom of Hades, the lord of the underworld. The banks of the river of the dead were filled with souls already on Thanatos's list, who only now had been sought. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Hades, he was face to face with the god of the underworld, who appeared quite unhappy. After being severely admonished by the great god, Sisyphus delivered a speech he had already devised, even before his death. "Noble lord of the underworld, I'm aware of my wrongdoings against you and the harm I've caused, but that was not my intention. If I had known that I would harm the great god of the world of the dead, I never would have done so. Aware that I am in debt to you, I have a plea to make. My obnoxious wife refused to perform the proper funeral rites for a king, who was so dear to his people. That abominable woman tossed me out, as if I were nothing but a dog carcass. I therefore beg you to let me return to the world of the living for only one day, so that I may take revenge on my wife and set up a proper funeral, which would honor the kingdom of the dead.
You have my permission to visit in the world of the living for only one day. However, by nightfall you shall return to my domains."
Sisyphus gave his word that he would return promptly. Sisyphus returned to Corinth. There he met his wife and fled with her. Once again, he had cheated death. Now concealed, Sisyphus lived a long life and reached an old age, until he encountered his inevitable end. And encountering Thanatos once more, his cleverness would no longer help him. Upon returning to the underworld, Hades sent him to Tartarus, where he received an appalling torment. Sisyphus was forced to roll a heavy boulder from a plain to a mountaintop, but every time he got close to the summit, the boulder became horrendously heavy and rolled back to the starting point. Then Sisyphus was condemned to restart his work for all eternity. In the distant kingdom of Phrygia reigned Tantalus, son of Zeus, with Princess Pluto. Due to his noble lineage, he had privileges at Olympus, sharing the table with the gods at the banquets. In his privileged position, he could hear the conversations and plots of the gods. Although he was entitled to all the hospitality of the gods when visiting Olympus, he did not respect his hosts. After leaving Olympus, Tantalus spread the secrets of the gods, which he listened to during the banquets. In another episode, he stole some nectar and ambrosia from the gods' table, food that conferred immortality and therefore was restricted to the gods. Due to their omniscience, the gods knew what Tantalus was doing. However, because they enjoyed his company, they ignored his actions and did not punish him. Tantalus wanted to repay the hospitality of the gods with a banquet in his palace. Zeus, Hermes, and Demeter accepted the invitation. The king accompanied the preparations for the banquet. He wanted the event to be perfect so that the gods would give him even more blessings. He called his son Pelops and said,
"My son, today you will have the honor to share the table with the gods of Olympus."
"Thank you, my dear father. Finally, I will have, like you, the privilege of being at the table in the presence of my glorious grandfather." The young Pelops walked radiantly towards his room to prepare himself for the banquet. Tantalus called the cook and said,
"Today you shall prepare the most splendrous meal."
The king whispered something in the cook's ear, who could not hide his concern. The gods arrived at the palace, where they were received with all reverence. The banquet started to be served, and the guests talked about the most diverse subjects. Then, Zeus posed the question,
"Where is my grandson? You said he would be among us." "Don't worry, father of mine. Soon he will be at the table with you."
The moment of the main course arrived. The cook brought a beautiful stew with an unmatchable aroma. The goddess Demeter, who was in a deep sorrow due to the departure of her daughter Persephone to the kingdom of Hades, devoured the stew to slightly improve her mood. Tantalus served the stew to Zeus and Hermes. The two gods exchanged suspicious looks.
"Don't you like my offering to the gods?" "You degenerate creature! How dare you serve human flesh to the gods?" "It's not a mere human sacrifice, my father. It's the greatest sacrifice. I'm offering you the flesh of my firstborn son." Demeter, who had already eaten a large piece of flesh, felt sick. "We have been complacent with your crimes in the past, but this deserves to be punished in an exemplary way." Tantalus was sent to Tartarus, where he would suffer a terrible punishment. He was placed in a lake surrounded by fruit trees. The water covered him up to his chin, and the fruits were within reach of his hands. However, Tantalus constantly felt a terrible hunger and thirst.
When he drew down to drink water, the lake level also dropped, preventing him from quenching his thirst. When the hunger appeared, he tried to reach the fruits over his head, but the wind pushed the branches and the fruit away. The gods decided to resurrect the innocent Pelops. They made him even more beautiful than before. However, one of his shoulders was missing, the one devoured by the goddess Demeter. Zeus asked Hephaestus to create an ivory shoulder for his grandson. Back to life, Pelops became king of the Peloponnese. Meanwhile, his father suffered eternal punishment in Tartarus, with the objects of his desire so close and at the same time so far away. King Ixion of Thessaly was a nefarious man who ruled his kingdom with an iron fist. In Thessaly, the best horses in Greece were bred, and only the best resided in the king's stud farm. The king fell in love with the beautiful Dia, daughter of Ionius, a nobleman of the region. Ixion promised Ionius that he would give him some of his famous horses in exchange for the hand of the beautiful young woman. However, after marrying Dia, Ixion didn't fulfill his part of the agreement, which outraged the now father-in-law. He decided to take justice into his own hands and stole Ixion's horses. Ixion was furious and came up with a plan to get revenge on his father-in-law. Ionius was invited to a meeting with Ixion in his palace on the pretext of making peace. Ixion received his father-in-law cordially, but the king had a plan against his wife's father. King invited Ionius to visit a new division of his palace. This one had a moat, and when the visitor stretched his neck to see what was inside it, he was pushed by his son-in-law. Ionius fell into the ditch that was full of embers. The guest was consumed by the flames and cried out in pain to Ixion's satisfaction. And, before he was devoured by the flames, Ionius saw his daughter's charred body beside him. But Ixion's sins would not be forgiven. The king was deposed and became a vagabond, being stoned and spat at every place. After years of suffering, Ixion seemed to repent and asked the gods for forgiveness. Zeus took pity on the man who had once been a great king and invited him to visit Olympus. Ixion participated in celestial banquets and fraternized with Olympian deities, but his lack of character emerged again. Ixion fell in love with the goddess Hera, wife of Zeus, his host. He even confessed to the goddess his desire to be carnally united with her. Hera rejected him and told her husband everything. Zeus did not believe that his guest would be capable of such an act. To test Ixion, Zeus molded a cloud with the same outline as the goddess Hera. The goddess-shaped cloud flirted with Ixion. He did not hesitate and united with the false goddess. From this sin against hospitality, bizarre creatures were born, a mixture of man and horse that would become known as centaurs. Zeus expelled Ixion from Olympus. He wasn't more ruthless as he felt some empathy with Ixion. After all, as we know, the great god also struggled to contain his lust. But Zeus would regret his clemency. Ixion, after returning to the world of men, boasted that he had been with the Queen of Heaven, and that enraged Zeus. The supreme god fulminated Ixion with one of his rays, and his spirit was thrown into the depths of Tartarus. Ixion was put on a burning wheel, bound by serpents. He would spend eternity burning in the spinning wheel.
Somewhere in Greece, a cursed creature remained hidden. Among all the monsters who inhabited the nightmares of the Hellenic, this was surely one of the most feared. Many brave heroes dared to hunt this creature, but none ever returned. They said that this being was so hideous that no one could face it. Her name was Medusa. But Medusa was not always like that.
She once had been one of the most beautiful women ever to walk the earth. She was born of the union of two primordial sea deities, Phorcys and Ceto, and she came into the world as a normal child. Medusa had two sisters, Stheno and Uriel. They were Gorgons, creatures that combined women and serpent traits. Since childhood, Medusa was devoted to the goddess Athena, and when playing with her sisters, she always pretended to be the goddess Athena, while her sisters loved to be the villains. Together with the girls, she also played with a boy called Iphicles, who was Medusa's best friend. The two were inseparable. Medusa grew and became more beautiful every day. Medusa's charms made the young Iphicles an easy target for Eros, the god of love. In love, Iphicles declared his affection for Medusa. The young lady deeply loved the boy, but she had the dream of becoming a priestess of Athena and could not cave into the temptation of love. When she reached the appropriate age, the young woman started her preparation to become an Athena priestess. The temple's apprentices needed to have pristine conduct and discipline. All their acts could be reflected in the goddess's reputation. One of the major requirements for becoming a priestess of Athena was absolute purity. They were to mirror themselves in Athena. Therefore, the young women should remain virgins, just like their goddess, who never surrendered to the influence of Eros and Aphrodite. Medusa became a perfect priestess, maybe even too perfect. The rituals conducted by Medusa kept attracting more followers, delighted with the way in which that beautiful young woman conducted each of her activities. Medusa had beautiful fluttering hair. With her movements, it mesmerized those who stared at her. A gullible man dared to say that Medusa's hair was more beautiful than Athena's. The goddess, from the top of Mount Olympus, noticed a commotion in one of her temples. She realized that many were not there to worship her, but rather to see the charming priestess. Athena resisted the temptation to do anything against those who shifted their focus from her to Medusa. The goddess knew that, although this was wrong, the young priestess was not to blame. After all, she was only doing her work in the best way she could. Meanwhile, at Mount Olympus, Poseidon noticed the goddess's restlessness. The sea god and Athena had a major rivalry. They disputed the right to be the city's patron god, which was the capital of the Attica region. The goddess was the winner of this dispute, and in honor of her new protective goddess, the city changed its name to Athens. Poseidon did not accept defeat well, so he was waiting for the right moment to take revenge on the goddess. The god noticed that Athena was focused on her most beautiful and gracious priestess. He decided that this beautiful young woman could be an instrument of his revenge. Poseidon plotted to tarnish Athena's reputation, striking her most unblemished follower. In the meantime, Medusa kept carrying her normal life, unaware that she was being watched by the Olympic gods. Medusa walked by the sea, and lurking, concealed among the waves, the god of the seas followed her. She heard someone say her name. The call came from the ocean. Poseidon emerged from the sea in all his paramount glory. The god used his charm to seduce Athena's priestess. But Medusa, albeit stunned by all his splendor, did not forget her vows and rejected Poseidon's advance. He did not accept the rejection and grabbed Medusa's arm. She reacted unexpectedly and, violently hitting him in the face, managed to get rid of the god. Medusa ran to Athena's temple, the only place where she felt safe. But Poseidon, consumed by lust, went after the young woman. Poseidon was almost reaching her when the brave Iphicles stood between the god and Medusa. Despite his bravery, Iphicles represented no obstacle to the god who, with one blow, threw the young man away. Medusa stepped inside the temple of her goddess and knelt before her statue. She asked for protection when she heard the god of the sea's heavy footsteps approaching. The god approached the encircled young woman, who cried out for help. Poseidon possessed her on the goddess altar by force. The god happily left the temple. His revenge had gone better than planned. Besides having corrupted the best priestess of Athena, he also degraded her beloved temple, which the goddess deeply treasured for its purity. Medusa felt ashamed and filthy when the goddess Athena took the form of her statue and furiously blamed the priestess. Athena said that if it had not been for her flamboyant presence, which diverted men from the path of virtue and purity, and for her vanity, which made her irresistible, none of that would have happened. Her temple would have remained immaculate, and her honor as a goddess would not have been diminished. Athena decided to punish the priestess, who was now impure and guilty for the dishonoring of the temple she was to care for. The night arrived, and Iphicles regained consciousness after the strong blow he suffered. He then began to search for Medusa. He heard her cry in the temple of Athena. Arriving there, he encountered Medusa sitting on the ground, crying in pitch-black darkness. She asked him not to come near, because she did not want to be seen like that. Concerned, her friend nevertheless approached, offering words of comfort. But when he touched the young woman's shoulder, a serpent bit his hand. Medusa frighteningly turned, and the two youngsters looked at each other. The young Iphicles became a stone-made statue. In despair, Medusa wept, embracing the statue of her best friend. Not to hurt anyone else, she ran away. But during her escape, she was sighted by some residents of the city. Those who looked into her eyes became petrified. People told each other about that horrible snake-haired creature. A group was assembled to hunt the creature. These men were found days later, completely petrified and with terrified semblances. Medusa had no intention of hurting anyone. She simply wanted to defend herself from unfair aggression. She decided to hide in a region that had been abandoned by its inhabitants for centuries. There, she found an ancient temple in ruins, which she turned into her hiding spot. Many warriors attempted to capture the Gorgon for glory, but none ever returned. Isolated, Medusa kept losing her remaining humanity. Her reputation as a terrible monster became legendary. Medusa survived by hunting small animals and rodents. One of her prey led to an unexpected reunion. Medusa encountered an ancient bust, which represented the goddess Athena. She realized that those ruins had once been one of the first temples to give shelter to the goddess. This discovery revived her ancient habits. Medusa started to care for the temple and to exalt the glory of the goddess, the dilettante daughter of Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus. Albeit living a miserable existence, the young woman still showed her nobility. In her heavenly residence, the goddess did not fail to notice the honorable acts of her former priestess. She realized that her actions could not be justified by vanity, since no one could witness those acts. And she felt sorry for having enforced such a cruel and irreversible punishment on the girl. While conducting one of her many rituals, Medusa heard the steps of another invader. Medusa's bestiality re-emerged, and she prepared to face another opponent. The daring warrior walked cautiously in the creature's abode, while she prepared the ambush. Sneaking close to the warrior, she was stunned when noticing that he was carrying Athena's shield, the sacred aegis that had once belonged to Zeus. Athena's shield was so polished that it reflected like a mirror, and using the reflection, the warrior realized that the monster was behind him. With a sharp blow, the young warrior severed Medusa's head from her body. Medusa was dead, and her blood kept dripping to the ground. The warrior, anonymous until that point, would go down in history under the name of Perseus. After completing his labors, Perseus returned to Athena her Aegis and also gave her Medusa's head. What few knew was that Medusa carried Poseidon's divine seed, and from her blood, Chrysaor was born, the warrior of the golden sword. Not only that, another beautiful creature, a winged horse, also emerged. The majestic Pegasus was the purest of all creatures, embodying all the original purity that had been stolen from his mother. Many believed that the help Athena provided to Perseus, when she handed him her precious shield, was another act of retaliation against Medusa. Actually, she only wished to free the young girl from that dreadful existence, which had been unjustly imposed upon her. Athena glorified Medusa by adding the Gorgon's head to her shield. The image of the loyal priestess was now eternalized beside the goddess she loved so much. On Mount Olympus, a young deity paraded herself. She was the goddess of spring, and her youthful beauty enchanted the male deities. Her name was Cora, but she would become better known as Persephone. Demeter, her mother, was overprotective and shielded the young girl from the Olympic gods. She wanted her daughter to maintain her purity and virginity, as did the goddesses Athena, Artemis, and Hestia. So the goddess of agriculture kept Aphrodite and her son Eros away from her daughter. The divinities of love did not want to have another divinity in Olympus immune to their influence, and planned a way to attack the young goddess. Far from Olympus, in the depths of the earth, there was another god who lived free from the influence of the gods of love. His name was Hades, the lord of the underworld. The endless tasks of managing his kingdom allowed Hades to think of nothing else but his work. But a great tremor disturbed the kingdom of Hades, which rose to the surface to see what was happening. The Etna volcano was erupting, a sign that Typhon, the monster imprisoned by Zeus, was especially unhappy. That's when the god heard a sweet voice coming from a nearby forest. In the woods, Persephone sang without realizing that anyone was watching her. Aphrodite and Eros noticed Hades' interest in Persephone and wanted to take the opportunity. The god of passion and love fulminated the heart of the god with one of his golden arrows, which instilled desire and passion in the hearts of men and gods. Consumed by passion, Hades approached the spring goddess, who did not feel his approach. Hades tried to flirt with the young woman, but she resisted. Impetuously, Hades grabbed his beloved, and the earth opened so that he could return to his domain. With the goddess in his arms, the god of the dead descended through a tunnel into his kingdom. Persephone was very agitated and was locked in a room of Hades' palace until she became calmer. Hades declared his love for Persephone, who, although she felt attracted by the god, was still trying to push him away. Demeter started to get distressed because she didn't know where her daughter was, so she wandered the world in search of Persephone. After much searching, she found one of the nymphs who used to accompany her daughter. She told her how Hades kidnapped the girl, taking her to the underworld when the earth opened. Demeter was furious and would not forgive Gaia, the goddess of the earth, who had been an accomplice to her daughter's abduction when she opened up. As goddess of agriculture, Demeter was responsible for soil fertility. To punish Gaia, she decided to make the land infertile. The goddess cried because she missed her daughter, and, due to the great sadness she felt, she started to neglect her tasks. Zeus started to worry about the situation of the planet, because if Demeter didn't perform her tasks again, chaos would take over the world. The great god tried to convince Demeter to return to her tasks, but she said that the world would remain infertile until she had her daughter back. Zeus assured that Persephone would be freed from the underworld unless she had fed on some fruit from the underworld. At Zeus's request, Hermes guided Demeter to the underworld. After all, he was the conductor of souls, knowing the intricate ways that lead to the kingdom of Hades. The goddess met her daughter at the very moment she was eating pomegranate seeds offered by the lord of the underworld. After eating the fruit, Persephone metamorphosed and became the queen of the underworld. Demeter rebuked her daughter for agreeing to eat the food offered by such an evil being. Persephone said that her husband was not so bad. He treated her with respect and genuinely loved her. On top of everything else, there she would be a true queen. Demeter's heart felt an intense pain, and she started crying. Moved by his mother-in-law's sadness, Hades proposed a deal. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld, and the other part with his mother on the surface. Once the deal was sealed, Persephone returned to the surface with her mother. In the ground, which was infertile, many flowers sprouted. The harvests were chock full again. But the meeting period between Persephone and Demeter ran out, and the young goddess returned to the underworld to see her husband again. Demeter was desolate to see her daughter leave, and, depressed, she neglected her tasks again. But when mother and daughter met again, the world flourished once more, and so the seasons were born. Adonis was a beautiful young hunter. While wandering the woods in search of his prey, the young man was worshipped by the flower nymphs. His beauty was so striking that he looked like a god. One day, Adonis's beauty even drew Aphrodite's attention. The goddess of beauty and love, who was playing in the forest with her son Eros, sharpening his arrows. The goddess was delighted with the young man and began to praise him to her son. Eros grew angry due to jealousy and turned his back on his mother while continuing to sharpen his golden arrows. Aphrodite said that Eros should not be jealous, as to her, he would always be the most beautiful. She hugged him to comfort him, but accidentally ended up injuring herself on the arrow that Eros was holding. And so Aphrodite fell in love with Adonis. The goddess was spying the beautiful young man, and she could not resist his charms and succumbed to passion. Aphrodite asked the young man who he was, since his beauty was so wonderful that he resembled a god. Adonis knew that this lovely woman could only be Aphrodite, the goddess of love. He said that he was not a god, but a mere mortal. Aphrodite was intrigued, because she didn't know that a man could be almost as perfect as a god. Aphrodite drew closer with such a seductive look that no god, much less a mortal, could resist. The couple kissed and began to see each other regularly. These were days of passionate love. On a spring day, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was wandering through the woods and stumbled upon the loving couple. She was delighted with what she saw. But she did not know that Eros, the god of love, was ready to pull another one of his pranks. He shot her with one of his arrows. The queen was now also in love with the boy, and decided that Aphrodite should enjoy it while she could, because one day the beautiful boy would be hers. Aphrodite was overzealous of Adonis, fearing that the young and daring hunter would injure himself on his hunts. But he kept telling her not to worry, because he was very experienced and promised not to take any chances. However, apart from Aphrodite and Persephone, there was one more god who was keeping an eye on the boy. His name was Ares, the god of war, who was Aphrodite's lover and therefore bore a great hatred for his rival. Ares knew that the young man's love for hunting rivaled his love for Aphrodite, and so plotted his revenge. Adonis roamed the woods in search of yet another prey when he stumbled upon a mighty boar.
Ares stirred up the young man's bloodlust. He ended up forgetting the promise he made to the goddess of not risking himself needlessly. Adonis chose to fight the beast and managed to wound it. But Ares inflated the beast's heart with unbridled fury. The boar decided not to flee to preserve its life, but to furiously charge Adonis. He drove its powerful tusks into his abdomen. Adonis was mortally wounded. Aphrodite came running to his aid, but there was nothing more she could do. He died in her arms. She buried him, and upon his tomb grew beautiful red flowers that were named Adonis. As one goddess wept, another in the underworld was beaming and waiting for the arrival of the most beautiful man who ever lived. The powerless goddess of love watched the arrival of Hermes, who was there to lead Adonis's soul to Hades' realm. In the netherworld, Queen Persephone eagerly awaited the arrival of the most beautiful man in the world, for whom she cherished a great passion sparked by Eros's arrow. Adonis was welcomed in the underworld by specters, who treated him with great honors. The boy was surprised at such a reception. He had no idea of the love that the queen of the underworld had for him. Persephone's loyal specters lodged the boy in a special room in the royal palace. While Hades, the underworld lord, was asleep, his queen broke into her guest's chamber. The beautiful goddess cornered the young boy, but he tried to dodge her. He dreaded Hades' revenge, but the goddess told him not to worry. If he didn't tell the god, she wouldn't tell him either. With no way out, he gave in to the goddess's lust. The sneaky encounters continued day after day. Aphrodite longed for her lover and promptly decided to go down to the Hades realm and rescue her sweetheart. She found Adonis there serving the underworld gods and said she was there to bring her beloved Adonis back to the surface. Hades, however, was aggrieved to see the goddess of love invading his kingdom and making demands. Hades told her that he did not care for Aphrodite's will. He appreciated the services rendered by Adonis, and he would remain in the underworld forever. But Aphrodite threatened to extinguish all love from the face of the earth. Only bitterness and grudge would remain between the couples. Hades ousted Aphrodite from his kingdom. She left in tears, but her threats were not empty. Throughout the world, love between couples began to dwindle. The relationship between Zeus and the goddess Hera, usually strained, was becoming unbearable. Zeus decided that something had to be done. He called for a meeting with Hades, Persephone, and Aphrodite, saying that the whole situation couldn't go on. He suggested Hades take possession of Adonis, just like the agreement he had made with the goddess Demeter. For a third of the year, he would stay in the underworld. The next third he would spend on the surface with Aphrodite, and the young man would have a third to enjoy in any way he wished. Hades took issue with Zeus's intrusion into matters of his kingdom, but knowing that Adonis was Persephone's favorite servant, he said he would not accept such an offer. To Hades' surprise, however, Persephone replied that, if it was for the good of all, she would allow Adonis to resurface and return to her husband's kingdom only when winter was approaching. Baffled, Hades did not understand why Persephone would release Adonis without putting up a fight. Spring arrived and Adonis departed to meet his lover Aphrodite. But summer meant that the goddess had to leave him. Hades had not anticipated summer is also the time that Persephone comes out of the underworld to find her mother, the goddess Demeter. And during the summer, Adonis and Persephone loved each other without bothering about being caught by the underworld king. But the quarrel between Persephone and Aphrodite remained. They always sought to maximize the length of their relationship with Adonis. This is why in some years the winter seems longer or the heat of summer persists. The love story of Hades and Persephone is one of Greek mythology's most famous. You have certainly heard the story that the god kidnapped her, which gave rise to the seasons. But before he met Persephone, Hades had a lover named Minthe, a nymph who lived by the river Cocytus. However, when Hades fell madly in love with Persephone, Minthe was cast aside. Some say that when Persephone headed to the surface to spend the spring and summer with her mother, the nymph Minthe would not leave the ruler of the underworld alone. But when Persephone returned, Hades would run straight into her arms, leaving the greenish nymph abandoned. Minthe went on to brag that she was the most beautiful entity in the underworld, as even Hades could not resist her charms. These claims made Persephone furious. The queen of the underworld would not let such an insult to her honor go unpunished. Persephone turned the nymph into a plant known as mint. Mint was a plant used in funerals in ancient Greece. One of the reasons was that the aroma masked the odor of the deceased. Therefore, the plant personified by the nymph Minthe became forever bound to her lover's domains. In the region of Argolia, two brothers were fighting over the inheritance left by the late king of Argos. Acrisius won the brotherly contest and became the new king of Argos. His brother, known as Proetus, left for exile. As king, Acrisius didn't produce a male offspring to succeed him, and only conceived the beautiful princess Danae. Unhappy, he went to the oracle, who told him the dreadful news that he would never have a male child. His grandson, soon to be born, would be responsible for his death. After checking in with the oracle, Acrisius fell into paranoia and spotted enemies everywhere. The king did not allow any man to approach his daughter to prevent the terrible prophecy from happening. The monarch's paranoia kept increasing, and he ended up locking his daughter in a tower of his palace. The princess started to struggle with loneliness while jailed in a windowless cell. She desperately prayed to the gods. Zeus, from the heights of Olympus, heard the cry of the beautiful princess Danae. The supreme god was captivated by the feeble mortal creature and decided to visit her. Danae often stood under the skylight in her cell, through which the sunlight came in. Suddenly, a golden drop hit her face. A rain of gold literally fell upon the maiden. This downpour was no one but the supreme god himself, who opted for this unusual method to couple with the young girl. Hit by news of his grandson's birth, King Acrisius was enraged. He suspected that his brother Proetus had impregnated his daughter to claim the throne in the future. The unhinged king decided to punish his daughter's supposed treachery. He put the princess and her baby in an ark and threw them into the sea, hoping that the ocean would put an end to their lives. The ark floated on the waters for days, while Danae awaited for their end. But this was not the fate established by the gods. At Zeus's request, Poseidon led the urn to Seraphius, where Perseus and his mother were rescued by Dictys, a fisherman brother of King Polydectes. The humble fisherman sheltered the new mother and raised Perseus as if he were his son. The boy grew up to be a stunning, strong, and brave man. There was a party in the palace one day. Dictys and his protégés were invited. The king was marveled by Danae, but noticed that she was always shielded by her jealous son. Then came the moment when gifts were offered to the king. The guests brought him jewelry and fine fabrics. Perseus, who was just a fisherman like his raising father, and had nothing of much value to offer. "I'm not rich, therefore I have no jewelry or anything precious as a gift, but I would like to offer you the head of the monstrous Medusa, if that pleases you." The king realized that it was the perfect opportunity to get Perseus away from his mother.
If what you say is true, then go after that lousy creature, and don't come back without bringing its head as a trophy.
Being the son of Zeus, Perseus was always aware that a great power lied within himself, and that he was destined to accomplish great things. The hero stood firm and accepted the challenge. Perseus fearlessly set out to meet his destiny. Perseus embarked on an adventure to find and kill the dreadful Gorgon known as Medusa. The hero walked through Greece looking for clues to the creature's location, but found nothing. However, the gods liked Perseus, and his quest was boosted by the heavens. Hermes, the messenger god, gave the young man precious advice. The gods stated that the young man's courage and skill alone would not be enough to defeat the Gorgon. He would need special equipment to accomplish his mission. These items were under the guardianship of the northern nymphs, but their whereabouts were known only to the Graeae, the Grey Witches. Hermes, a connoisseur of every possible route, guided Perseus to the cave where the Graeae were hiding. Before he left, the god presented the hero with a divine sword made in Hephaestus's forges. The blade never lost its edge. It was a remarkable weapon. Perseus entered the Graeae's hiding place. The cave was dark, lit only by a few candles. Perseus spotted the old Grey Witches at the bottom of the cave. There were 3 of them, but they shared only one eye. Perseus knew he had to get the whereabouts of the northern nymphs from those witches, but threatening them with violence would be pointless, since the 3 old women were immortal. But the cunning Perseus spotted an opportunity, and he sneaked up behind the Graeae. Just as one of them was about to pass the eye to the other, Perseus stole it from their hands. The Graeae were desperate and demanded that Perseus return the eye, but he said he would only do it if they would reveal to him where the nymphs were hiding. Otherwise, they would spend eternity in darkness. With no alternative left, the old witches accepted his proposal, and Perseus gave them back the much-treasured eye. Perseus visited the idyllic country of the Hyperboreans, the land where the sun never set, where the nymphs of the north lived. They were already expecting the hero's arrival and welcomed him with the proper hospitality that the offspring of Zeus deserved. The beautiful maidens presented him with the items necessary for Perseus to fulfill his mission. The nymphs shod the young man with winged sandals similar to Hermes. They handed him the sacred helmet given to them by Hades, which gave him the power of invisibility. And finally, he was given a bag made with special threads to hold his precious trophy. Perseus would also receive the most illustrious visit of all. The splendorous goddess Athena, half-sister of the hero and Zeus's favorite daughter, provided him with a great help. She offered her brother her beautiful shield, the sacred Aegis that had once belonged to Zeus. Now fully equipped, Perseus set out for his encounter with the monster. Upon reaching the creature's hideout, several petrified warriors were at the entrance. Much to Perseus's surprise, 2 other Gorgons were sleeping near the lair's entrance. These were Cethano and Uriel, Medusa's sisters. Perseus made use of Hades' helmet, and he got past the guardians without being seen. Medusa, the dreadful and cursed Gorgon, felt the presence of an invader. She knew something was wrong, but couldn't perceive what. Perseus knew that under no circumstances could he face the creature. Otherwise, he would become another statue for Medusa's long collection. Perseus cautiously moved forward, with his eyes closed. He tried to use as a guide the sound of the snakes hissing in Medusa's hair. But the hero accidentally kicked a rock, and the noise revealed his position. Medusa fired one of her powerful arrows at Perseus and hit his helmet, knocking it off. Perseus was an easy target for Medusa, who fired another arrow.
Relying on his amazing reflexes, Perseus blocked it with his shield. That was when he saw his own reflection in the shield's interior. And, as if he had been touched by Athena's wisdom, Perseus conceived a new strategy to fight the monster. He ran and took cover behind the nearest pillar. Using the shield's reflection, he could see the creature getting nearer him from behind. Perseus remained calm and waited until the creature was exactly where he wanted it to be. With a perfect spin, Perseus managed to strike a blow right through Medusa's neck, separating head and body. The creature was dead, and Perseus accomplished a seemingly impossible quest. The hero kept the Gorgon's head in the special bag he had received from the nymphs. But, to the young man's surprise, the blood dripping from the Gorgon's body gave rise to two creatures: Chrysaor, the giant with the golden sword, and a beautiful winged horse. They were the offspring of the relationship between Poseidon and Medusa. Making use of his winged sandals, Perseus took off and started his way home. But on his way, he would still have to deal with unexpected events. Perseus defeated the terrible creature known as Medusa and returned home with the monster's head as a trophy. While he was flying over North Africa, he encountered the mighty Titan Atlas. The Titan had been punished by Zeus to hold up the heavenly vault for having opposed the Olympian gods during the Titanomachy, the great war between gods and titans. Perseus stood before Atlas and asked him for shelter in his land. He said he was tired, as he had completed the arduous task of defeating Medusa. Atlas doubted that Perseus was capable of such a feat, so he did not want to give shelter to a liar. Perseus, to prove that he spoke the truth, removed Medusa's head from the bag. The hero displayed his trophy to the Titan. The latter, looking at the Gorgon, began to petrify. He became a huge mountain, whose peak supported the heavens. Perseus left the lands of Atlas behind, and fate would lead him toward an unexpected encounter. Days earlier, at the court of King Cepheus, his proud wife, Queen Cassiopeia, was boasting about her beauty and her beautiful daughter Andromeda. Without any reticence, she claimed that her daughter was more beautiful than the Nereids, the marine deities' daughters of Nereus, the old sea. Among the Nereids was Amphitrite, the queen of the oceans and wife of Poseidon, who was offended to learn that a mortal considered herself to be above her. Queen Cassiopeia's unreasonable pride caused her husband's kingdom to be punished by the god of the seas. At his wife's request, Poseidon pushed great waves against that kingdom, which seemed destined for destruction. But an oracle claimed that there was a way to placate the god's fury. To do this, the beautiful Princess Andromeda was to be sacrificed. The princess was bound to a rock to be given as an offering to a sea monster known as Cetus. The princess was abandoned to her terrible fate. But, by the intervention of the Ladies of Fate, Perseus crossed the skies of that kingdom at that moment. The monstrous Cetus emerged from the depths to take his tribute, but Perseus was unwilling to allow that to happen. With the extermination of the monster, Andromeda was saved and Perseus broke the princess's chains. Cepheus and Cassiopeia gave the beautiful princess's hand to the hero. Perseus and Andromeda were married. The king gave Perseus a ship to complete his task, alongside his wife. The hero landed at his destination, to the surprise of all the citizens, as no one believed that the young man would return alive. During his absence, the king tried to force the hero's mother to marry him, but Danae resisted the king's approaches. She sought refuge in Athena's temple to avoid being raped. When Perseus heard about this, he was furious and went to the royal palace to settle accounts with the monarch. Polydectes was surrounded by guards, determined to kill Perseus. Perseus fought against the guards but realized that they were too many, and his victory would be impossible. So he took Medusa's head, petrifying all his opponents. The infamous King Polydectes was also petrified, and his cowardice was immortalized in his final pose. Dictys, the king's brother, was chosen to occupy the vacant throne and proved to be a just and benevolent king. Perseus's fame spread throughout Greece. Acrisius, the hero's biological father, fearing the prophecy that claimed his son would be responsible for his death, fled, fearing the young man's revenge. But Perseus did not want revenge. His fame allowed him to be welcomed anywhere. In a distant kingdom, he was invited to participate in the games in honor of the gods. Perseus threw the disc with extraordinary force, hitting the area where spectators were watching the games. The disc hit an elderly man in the head, killing him instantly. He was Acrisius, who could not avoid his fate. Perseus returned the shield to the goddess Athena and offered her the head of Medusa. The goddess of wisdom placed the Gorgon's head in her aegis. Perseus then founded the glorious city of Mycenae, with his blood circulated in the veins of a glorious offspring. Among them, Hercules, the greatest of all heroes. The name of the man who exterminated the dangerous Gorgon became synonymous with heroism and courage, and his legend echoed for eternity. The Isthmian Games were celebrated in the city of Corinth. They were a kind of Olympic Games in honor of Poseidon. The contestants would compete in different events, but the chariot race was the most prestigious. The best drivers took part in the sport. Among them was Phaethon, son of the Titan Helios, with the nymph Clymene. In case of victory in the chariot competition, the sun god promised his son to grant him anything he desired. Motivated by his father's promise, Phaethon won the hotly contested chariot race. After his victory, he boasted and said that he was such a good chariot driver that he could even drive his father's sun chariot. Helios was the god responsible for driving the sun chariot, guiding it from dawn to dusk. One of Phaethon's colleagues laughed in his face and said that only Helios could drive the sun chariot. Even his son could not achieve such a feat. Phaethon was furious at the remarks and decided to head to the far east, where the palace of the god Apollo was located. Upon arriving at his father's abode, he went to Helios's throne and told him that he already knew what he wanted as a prize for having won the race. More than anything else, he wanted to drive the sun chariot. Helios was startled by such a request, but there was nothing he could do, for the promise had been made. The goddess Aurora announced the arrival of a new day, and Phaethon was in his father's chariot, with the horses prancing and neighing. Helios advised his son to hold tightly to the reins without ever flinching, as the horses were wild and obeyed only those with a firm hand. Aurora ran ahead of the animals with her torch, and Helios's horses shot after her. Phaethon had trouble restraining them at the start. The task was more difficult than he imagined. During the great climb, Phaethon made a huge effort and used all his skill as a chariot driver to guide the horses properly. By midday, Phaethon had withstood the demanding test of the climb. He was now at the most relaxed part of the journey. The son of Helios felt like a true god contemplating the world from above, and because he was ecstatic, he eased off the reins. Feeling loose, the horses plunged toward the ground. Phaethon couldn't control them, and they were about to crash catastrophically into the earth. When the collision was near, the young man prevented the son from colliding with the earth. But still, he was flying dangerously low. Everything below was scorched by the sun. Lakes and rivers evaporated, and the sea boiled over where he passed. Noticing that the sea was boiling, Poseidon went to Olympus to demand that Zeus act. Fearing even greater damage, the supreme god decided to strike Phaethon with one of his thunderbolts. The young man didn't even realize what had hit him, and fell from the sun chariot. Phaethon tumbled out of the sky like a shooting star. His dead body fell into the river Eridanus. The frightened horses returned to Helios's palace. Phaethon's remains were collected by the naiad nymphs and buried. Over his tomb, a monument was erected to the audacity of the young man who dared to drive the sun chariot. The journey of Apollo's son left scars on the earth. The region scorched by the sun became infertile and waterless. Today, this region is known as the Sahara Desert. The goddess Hera was looking for her husband Zeus, but she could not find him anywhere on Olympus. She was sure that he was hiding with another one of his mistresses. At the top of Olympus, the goddess saw a black cloud covering the river Inachos, and she strongly believed that her husband was hiding there. Zeus had come down to earth to meet again with his mistress, the princess Io. The young woman noticed that the goddess Hera was approaching and warned Zeus. He, in an impromptu move, decided to turn the girl into a beautiful cow. Pretending not to understand her husband's trick, the goddess asked what he was doing next to the cow, hinting that Zeus's appetites were getting increasingly bizarre. He awkwardly said that he was just admiring the magnificent animal. Hera agreed that that was a very beautiful cow, and so she would want it for herself. Zeus ran out of options and let Hera take the poor cow to Olympus. Upon arriving at Olympus, the goddess called her lackey Argus, a creature with 100 eyes. She told him to take the animal to a distant place and to watch over it constantly. The monster took the beautiful cow to Egypt, hidden from everyone. He released the animal there, keeping it under constant surveillance. Even when resting, Argus kept some of his eyes open, watching the cow-shaped nymph. After learning of Io's disappearance, Zeus asked Hermes to find and kill the creature that had taken her. Hermes scoured all the pastures, fields, and even swamps, searching for Zeus's missing little cow. Finally, the light god found Argus watching the nymph as she grazed. The god decided to disguise himself as a sheepherder and sneak up on the two. Hermes was playing the flute, and the melody pleased the creature. Argus asked the shepherd to come closer, for he had loved the music. The god played the instrument, and noticed that the monster was increasingly relaxed. His eyes began to close, but many were still open. Hera's lackey asked what the story of the instrument was. The clever Hermes decided to tell the story of how the god Pan invented the syrinx flute, and narrated it as if it were a bedtime story. When the creature closed his last eye, Hermes jabbed him with his caduceus, which had the power to put anyone struck into a deep sleep. The god took his sword and decapitated the monster. The nymph was free, but still had the form of a cow. Hera, upon learning of the death of her faithful servant, decided to honor him. She placed each of his eyes on the feathers of her royal peacock, and she decided that the nymph would not get away with it. So she ordered the Furies, the entities of revenge, to torment her constantly. From that day on, the poor cow was pursued by a cloud of flies, which would not leave her alone. Tired of the harassment of the flies, the cow collapsed, and with her mooing, she begged the gods to put an end to her suffering. Standing before Hera, Zeus said that if the goddess withdrew her punishment of Io, he would never look for the princess again. Hera lifted the punishment imposed on the young princess, and Zeus reinstated her old form. The only remaining trace that resembled the little cow was her white skin tone. The Egyptian people, seeing the transformation, began to worship the young girl as a divine figure. The princess got pregnant by Zeus and gave birth to Epiphus. Both reigned in Egypt for many years. Io came to be revered as the goddess Isis, and her son Epiphus as the god Apis, founder of the great city of Memphis. In the kingdom of Phoenicia, King Agenor ordered his son Cadmus to find the whereabouts of his daughter Europa, who had been kidnapped by Zeus. The latter, shaped as a bull, had kidnapped her. The king stated that Cadmus could only return home if he brought his sister with him. Cadmus and his men went around the world, looking for clues to his sister's whereabouts, but found nothing. He went to Greece and sought help from the Oracle of Delphi. The priestess said that his fate was not to return to his father's kingdom with his sister, but to found one of the most famous cities in Greek mythology. Following the priestess's directions, Cadmus went after a cow, and, where the animal would lie down, he would found a new city. The cow laid down, and Cadmus said that there the glorious city of Thebes would be established. Cadmus ordered the men to go to a spring near a cave to fetch water for the new settlement, but there was a terrible beast inside the cave that attacked and killed Cadmus's envoys. After long waiting for his men to return, Cadmus put on his lion-skin cloak and went in search of them. Cadmus was horrified by the gruesome scene he saw. A terrifying dragon had annihilated and torn his men apart. Although he had never encountered such a creature, Cadmus was not afraid and faced the beast to avenge his comrades. Cadmus was almost devoured by the beast when the dragon drove its fangs into the hero's lion cloak. He reacted and drove a spear into the beast's belly, which howled in pain. Cadmus dodged a deadly poisonous blast from the beast. As the creature caught its breath to release another venomous spurt, Cadmus threw another spear at the beast. Cadmus's spear entered the monster's mouth and pinned the creature's head to the trunk of a tree. The dragon died, and Cadmus avenged his compatriots. Despite the victory, Cadmus lost all his men to the monster. He was desolate. Athena came up behind him and told him to pull out the dragon's teeth and plant them in the ground. Armed men sprang up in the places where the dragon's teeth had been planted. To Cadmus's surprise, these warriors began to fight fiercely among themselves, and a great brotherly bloodbath ensued. Only the 5 best warriors remained, who knelt before Cadmus, their new king, helping him to build the new city. The gods graced Cadmus. He was offered the hand of the goddess Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. Cadmus and Harmonia gave birth to the legendary Theban royal house, and their descendants made their mark on Greek mythology. Aphrodite was known for having many lovers. One of them was Hermes, a messenger god. From this union would be born a child named Hermaphroditus, after both parents. The child was raised by the nymphs at the foot of Mount Ida. From an early age, the child displayed the divine beauty inherited from his parents. When he was no longer a child, he left Mount Ida to discover the world. Wherever he passed, he drew attention given his physical beauty. After one of his hunts, he stooped down to cool off in the waters of a pond. And suddenly, Salmacis, the naiad nymph, appeared, delighted by the young man's beauty and yearning to join him. Hermaphroditus rejected the nymph, but Salmacis would not give up easily. The young man went into the waters of the pond to cool off, not realizing that the nymph was still on the prowl. Hermaphroditus was taken by surprise when the aquatic nymph jumped on him. The young man could not escape from Salmacis, for water was the natural element of the naiad nymphs. The nymph asked the gods that she and the young man become one, becoming united forever. The gods accepted her request, and the bodies of Salmacis and Hermaphroditus started to join together. The nymph and the young man now shared the same body, blending male and female features. This new intersex being was misunderstood by other people. For this reason, Hermaphroditus was viewed with suspicion and felt great shame.
Tithonus was a handsome Trojan prince, brother of King Priam of Troy. By chance, he met the beautiful goddess of the dawn, Aurora. The goddess and the young human immediately fell in love. But Aurora was worried that Tithonus was a mortal, preventing them from living together forever. She then asked Zeus to make him immortal. Aurora got her wish, but forgot to ask for the gift of eternal youth. So Tithonus continued to age. Tithonus could only speak like a baby when he was 150 years old. Many centuries passed, and Aurora locked her husband in a room. Tithonus was still alive, but all that remained of him was a dried-up husk of the man he used to be. The blessing of living forever had turned into a curse.
Tyndareus reigned over Sparta and was indebted for his crown to Hercules, who had killed his brother when he had attempted to seize the Spartan throne. The Spartan king then went on to marry a beautiful princess named Leda. She was so gorgeous that she attracted Zeus's interest, and he began to lust for the young queen. Leda was cooling off one day on the shore of a stream as she watched a beautiful swan ballet across the water. The girl was delighted with the creature's loveliness. Suddenly, an eagle plunged its pointed talons into the swan. The beautiful bird evaded the assault, swiftly moving closer to the young queen, who protected him. Leda enjoyed touching the bird's soft feathers and plumes, but the naive princess had no idea that this handsome swan was actually Zeus transformed into a fowl. The great swan-shaped god bonded with the young queen and sowed his divine seed into her. After the bird left, Leda was still overcome with desire and sought out Tyndareus, her husband, with whom she had a night of passionate love. The queen became pregnant, and, to everyone's surprise, she laid 2 eggs. Helen and Pollux, Zeus's children, were born from one of them, and Castor and Clytemnestra, Tyndareus's children, were born from the other. The king made no distinction between the babies and brought them all up as his legitimate children. His offspring would leave their mark on Greek mythology. Clytemnestra would then marry Agamemnon, the greatest of all the Greek kings. Castor and Pollux would become part of Jason's crew that would set out on the adventure in search of the Golden Fleece. Meanwhile, Helen would become the world's most beautiful woman and would be sought after by almost all the Greek kings, and her kidnapping would be the trigger for the start of the Trojan War.
Hephaestus, god of forges, had berated his wife Aphrodite after catching her red-handed having an extramarital affair with Ares, the god of war. The god took a long time to recover from such a humiliation. To alleviate his pain, he began to focus exclusively on work. At this time, the Trojan War had broken out, and Athena, goddess of strategic warfare, went to Hephaestus's forge with an order for new weapons and armor. Hephaestus was a magnificent blacksmith, and Athena enjoyed visiting his workshop to watch the making of the weapons that were true works of art. The god of the forges enjoyed the visits of the beautiful and haughty goddess of wisdom, who illuminated Hephaestus's forge with her splendor and lessened the loneliness of the blacksmith deity. Poseidon, god of the seas and Athena's rival, seeing the friendship between the gods, decided to stir up an argument between them. The sea god poked Hephaestus, saying that Athena had an interest in a love affair with the god of the forges. But Athena had no intention of having an affair with anyone, for she had taken a vow of chastity and wished to remain pure for all eternity. Upon hearing this false account, Hephaestus was thrilled. After all, one of the most beautiful goddesses of Olympus wanted to be with him. When the goddess decided to pay another visit, Hephaestus, consumed by lust, tried to seduce her, but Athena rejected him. However, the god was beset by desire and tried to conquer her through force. The god grabbed the virgin goddess, but the deity of war pushed him away. However, Hephaestus had already poured out his divine seed. The goddess disgustingly shoved the god of forges back, throwing him to the ground. Hephaestus's divine seed fell to the earth and was taken up by Gaia, who subsequently gave birth to the fruit of this mishap. The baby's name was Erichthonius, a strange creature with the trunk of a man and the tail of a serpent. Athena adopted Erichthonius as her own son, but the baby was not yet ready to live in the mortal world. So, Athena put him in a basket and gave the child to the princess of Athens, a city consecrated to the goddess after her feud with Poseidon. The goddess told them that they could never peek into the contents of the box, but the princess's curiosity was greater than their caution. They opened the box and found the creature. They became mad and threw themselves from the top of Athens' Acropolis. Athens returned for her son and raised him in the temple dedicated to the goddess. Under the guardianship of the deity of wisdom, Erichthonius became a wise and diligent adult. He was one of the legendary kings of Athens, with a prosperous regency. During his reign, the Greeks learned how to deal with money. Accordingly, the son of Athena went down in history as one of the best rulers of Attica. The stories of Greek mythology are full of great heroes, but none faced such difficult challenges as Hercules. His story began when Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, fell in love again with a beautiful young mortal, Alcmene. She was married to Amphitryon, the king of Tiryns. Amphitryon had left with his army to fight in the city of Thebes, and Zeus took advantage of the king's absence to visit the queen. The god assumed the form of Amphitryon and united with Alcmene, who suspected nothing. Upon returning home from his military campaign, Amphitryon suspected his wife's infidelity and ordered her to be burned at the stake. But Zeus emerged and salvaged Alcmene. He revealed that he was the father of one of the babies the queen was expecting, for Alcmene was also pregnant with the king's child. Amphitryon felt honored to raise the child of the god of gods and forgave his wife. Zeus had great plans for the child. A prophecy said that the first great-grandson of the hero Perseus would be king of the glorious city of Mycenae. Alcmene was the hero's granddaughter, so her child would be entitled to the crown. However, her cousin was also pregnant. The goddess Hera was furious at her husband's infidelity and forced Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to hasten the birth of Eurystheus. Due to the premature birth of his cousin, Hercules lost his right to the crown of the glorious city of Mycenae. After a difficult labor, Hercules and his brother Iphicles were finally given birth. The baby Hercules was vigorous, and there was no doubt as to which of them was the son of the Lord of the universe. Hera's jealousy became uncontrollable. Enraged, she sent 2 poisonous serpents to kill the babies. The serpents slithered into the cradle where Hercules and his brother were sleeping. Alcmene awoke, startled by Iphicles' cry, and found baby Hercules strangling a snake in each hand. Fearing further reprisals from the goddess, Alcmene took her son into the forest and abandoned him on a trail, hoping he would be picked up by someone. However, as fate would have it, 2 goddesses found the abandoned baby. They were Athena and Hera. Not knowing it was Hercules, the goddesses were impressed by the child's vigor. Athena blessed him with superior courage and cunning. Hera offered him her breast and suckled him with divine milk, food that would confer a power superior to almost all other demigods. Hercules sucked on Hera's breast with such force that, due to pain, she pushed the baby away and a gush of divine milk tinged the heavens, giving birth to the Milky Way. Athena recognized the baby as her brother and said she would return him to his mother. Hera, realizing the mistake she had made in nursing her rival's child, became even angrier and with an enormous desire for revenge. Upon hearing of Hercules' return to his home, the seer Tiresias said,
Let's celebrate the return of the child who will one day rid the world of all monsters, and by his great deeds secure a place in Olympus alongside his father.
Hercules, the mighty son of Zeus, had shown signs of becoming a great hero since his youth, but fate would force him to overcome great challenges. Hercules was the subject of King Eurystheus, who was his cousin. He had only obtained the crown thanks to the goddess Hera, who did not want the bastard son of Zeus to inherit the crown. Hercules obeyed his cousin with frustration. But when the monarch decided to impose his first labors on him, the dismayed hero decided to consult the oracle at Delphi to find out whether he should continue to obey a man he considered inferior. The oracle told him that, with each labor he completed, the power usurped by Eurystheus would be diminished, and Hercules' glory would grow. Hercules, hoping that the oracle told him that he would not need to obey Eurystheus, was appalled. Taking advantage of the hero's vulnerability, the goddess Hera planted the seed of madness in his head. Hercules began to see the most terrible creatures and fought great battles with them, but it was all hallucinations. When he recovered from that wild madness, Hercules had blood on his hands, and his children and his wife Megara laid dead at his feet. Upon realizing what had happened, Hercules left for exile and went into a great depression in distant lands. Hercules was found by Theseus, a great admirer of the hero. He reached out his hand to raise the son of Zeus. Time healed the wounds of the mighty hero, and he decided to return to Mycenae to serve King Eurystheus. Therefore, he would cleanse himself of the horrific sins committed against his family. Hercules had made himself available to serve his cousin Eurystheus, king of Mycenae, but the king feared that his powerful cousin would try to take his throne in the future. So Eurystheus set him a seemingly impossible job. He was to annihilate a gigantic lion, which terrorized the forests of Argolis. The beast attacked the region's herds and, after devouring some men, began to enjoy human flesh. People said that the beast was the offspring of the monstrous Typhon and the evil Echidna. Therefore, it was rumored that its hide was indestructible to traditional weapons. Armed with bow and arrow, in addition to his powerful club, Hercules set out to hunt the creature. The hero spent some time in the forests of Nemea searching for the lion. Finally, he found tracks that led him to the cave where the monstrous feline was hiding. Hercules entered the monster's lair, which was filled with animal bones and human skulls. Deep in the cave, it was possible to hear the great beast's breathing. Hercules found the beast on a rock, and the animal let out a powerful roar that would make anyone tremble. But Hercules was no ordinary man, as the blood of Zeus flowed strongly in his veins. The demigod fired an arrow at the animal's head, but it bounced off the impenetrable hide. Furious, the gigantic lion leaped on Hercules to devour him. Hercules and the lion leapt against each other. The lion showed his powerful claws as the hero raised his club. Hercules struck the creature's head with a devastating blow. Despite the force, the lion resisted unharmed. Realizing that weapons were useless, Hercules and the lion fought hand to hand. The lion drove its claws into his opponent, who suffered the excruciating pain of his wounds. Hercules put his arms around the animal's neck and began a deadly stranglehold. The lion of Nemea could not withstand the hero's strength and perished. The strong lion was dead. Using the animal's claws, Hercules ripped off its hide and returned to Mycenae. Upon seeing Hercules approach, wearing the animal's skin, Eurystheus feared being killed and ran to hide inside a metal vat. Hercules concluded his first labor, taking an important step toward glory. As his second labor, Hercules was ordered by King Eurystheus to put an end to a creature that lived in the region of Lernaeus. This creature was a dreadful monster, son of Typhon and Echidna, known by the name Hydra. The brave hero was assisted by his nephew Iolaus, his companion since his youth. On the way, they stumbled upon a village razed to the ground by the creature, and a survivor pointed the way to the creature's lair. The Hydra inhabited Lerna's ominous swamp. Hercules and his nephew scoured the pestilent swamp for the beast's hiding place. The Hydra was entombed in a cave. Hercules used his bow to draw the creature out of its lair, firing flaming arrows into the cave. Then, the mighty Hydra appeared from the cave, enraged and thirsty to devour those who dared to interrupt its rest. The monster had multiple heads, and out of its gullets oozed deafening roars. Despite his large size, Hercules was remarkably agile and dodged the beast's attacks. With a powerful club blow, the hero smashed one of the beast's heads. To his surprise, two others quickly spawned in its place. With a sword, the angered hero started to chop off the Hydra's heads. Soon after, twice as many heads were born again. Iolaus shouted for Hercules to stop, as he was only making the task even more difficult. They came up with the idea of cauterizing the necks out of which the new heads were born. While Hercules cut off the heads, his nephew cauterized the wounds with a torch. One head after the other was defeated. The goddess Hera, Hercules' enemy, watching the hero defeating one more creature, sent crabs to help Hydra, but they only succeeded in distracting the hero for a short time and were eventually crushed. Hercules and Iolaus conquered the last head. Albeit severed, the creature was still alive. The hero threw it into a hole and buried it with a huge stone. The Hydra had exceedingly toxic blood. Aware of this, Hercules dipped his arrows in the monster's poisonous blood and was equipped with yet another terrific weapon. Hercules and Iolaus were set to return victorious to Mycenae. The goddess Hera honored the efforts of her minions, who had fought on her behalf, by registering them in the stars, creating the Cancer constellation. Hercules had previously defeated the Nemean lion and the Hydra of Lerna. These were two very powerful opponents. Eurystheus' plan to finish Hercules' life was not working, and his rival was becoming more popular every day. Unable to defeat his cousin, Eurystheus came up with a great idea and assigned the hero two new jobs. Hercules was to bring back two creatures alive to Mycenae, the Erymanthian boar and the Ceryneian hind. The Ceryneian hind was one of the wildest animals in existence. Capturing it would be almost impossible, and bringing back the mighty boar without killing it was even more unlikely. Eurystheus knew that Hercules would never return without the animals, because admitting failure was inconceivable for the hero. Hercules left, and the king was confident he would never see him again. More than a year had passed, without the hero ever finding the Ceryneian hind. This was no ordinary hind. She was nothing short of splendid, with golden horns and iron hooves. The creature was one of the 5 holy hinds created by the goddess Artemis, but it was the only one that lived free, while the others served the goddess pulling her chariot. Hercules finally managed to get close to the hind and shot one of her legs with an arrow. Wounded, the hind could no longer run and was grabbed by the hero. The goddess Artemis showed up and questioned why the hero was committing such sacrilege. Hercules told her that, by order of the Oracle of Delphi, he was at the service of King Eurystheus.
He would be freed after presenting the hind to the king. The goddess allowed Hercules to continue his journey. The hero would now try to capture the mighty Ermanthian boar. The creature was extremely strong, so Hercules would have to use his wit to capture it. Hercules fought the boar, but its great strength prevented the hero from catching it. Since he couldn't kill it, he decided to just tire it out. The hero then chased the boar, leading it to an area where snow was piling up on the ground. The mighty boar had to make a huge effort to go through the high snow, and was ultimately overcome by fatigue. After the animal tumbled down exhausted, Hercules bound its legs and captured it. To everyone's shock, Hercules arrived at the palace of Mycenae, carrying the hind and the boar. Eurystheus, terrified at the sight of such a creature, again hid inside the bronze barrel. Hercules had now accomplished one more of his tasks. King Eurystheus of Mycenae was feeling frustrated at his inability to get rid of Hercules. The hero was piling up more glory with every labor he did. Therefore, the king decides to force Hercules to do a degrading job, unworthy for a son of Zeus. In one day, the hero had to clean the great stable of King Aegeus in Elis. The stable had not been cleaned for a long time and had accumulated tons of animal dung. Eurystheus thought that, aside from the task's difficulty, Hercules would refuse to perform such an indecent job. But the hero bowed humbly to his king's wish and set out for the kingdom of Aegeus. The need to be cleansed of his sins was more important than his pride. Hercules stood before King Aegeus and offered his services to clean the stables, but he didn't inform him that he was there at the service of King Eurystheus. Zeus's son bargained with Aegeus for payment for this work, and they reached an agreement. The king believed that cleaning the stable in just one day would be impossible, so he promised to deliver a tenth of his huge flock to the hero. If Hercules failed to complete the job in only one day, he would get nothing. The king called his son to testify to the agreement. Hercules was given a shovel, but he put it aside and headed towards the river Alpheus. With immense strength, Hercules threw large rocks into the river, diverting its course toward Aegeus's stable. The river waters went through the stable doors and washed away all the filth. Hercules then allowed the river to flow back into its natural course. King Aegeus, seeing that the stables were clean and Hercules hadn't even soiled his hands, was astonished. When Hercules went to collect his payment, the king claimed that he had never made such an agreement. But Phineus, his own son, asserted that he had witnessed the deal. Enraged by such treachery, the king expelled Hercules and his son. But Hercules would not take such humiliation. He gathered an army of Thebans and dethroned King Aegeus, installing the honorable Prince Phineus on his father's seat. Another one of his labors was now done. After cleaning out Aegeus's stables, Hercules had to go to Arcadia and finish off the Stymphalian, gigantic birds of prey that terrorized the area near Lake Stymphalia. After a long journey, the hero arrived at the lake. He was amazed by the sheer number of birds. These terrible birds had iron beaks and feathers. They attacked their victims by throwing their sharp metallic feathers. It seemed impossible to accomplish that task with brute force. So he tried to solve the situation with guile. Hercules asked his sister Athena for help, and the goddess of wisdom was decisive. The goddess offered him a musical iron instrument, made by the god Hephaestus in his sacred forge. With these divine drums, Hercules made a deafening noise that drove the birds away. Hercules even managed to shoot down a few birds in mid-flight with his bow and arrows, bathed in the blood of the Hydra. Hercules accomplished one more feat, and the hero then set off towards the island of Crete. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the island of King Minos to capture and tame the fearsome bull of Crete. This was no ordinary bull.
The animal was supposed to be sacrificed in honor of the god Poseidon, but because of its qualities, Minos did not want to sacrifice it. Out of revenge, Poseidon caused the bull to feel an uncontrollable rage. Hercules faced the mighty bull, father of the terrible Minotaur. The bull was incredibly strong, and he contended with the hero. But the bovine beast was not strong enough to defeat Zeus's son. Hercules grabbed him by the horns and threw him to the ground. After tying him up, Hercules put the animal on a ship, heading for the Peloponnese. Upon arriving in Mycenae, the bull was presented to Eurystheus. The latter, after confirming that the task had been accomplished, released the animal. The bull roamed around Greece, causing terror wherever it went. On the plains of Marathon, he met yet another formidable opponent. His name was Theseus. Hercules was given his 8th labor. He had to travel to Thrace and bring with him the famous anthropophagous mares of Diomedes. The latter was the son of Ares, the god of war, and ruled over the Bistonians, a barbaric and cruel people. Diomedes would certainly be the cruelest of the Thracians. He captured the foreigners who entered his lands, taking them to the royal granary. That was the home of the mighty mares. They were so strong that they had to be tied with iron chains. The mares would not eat oats or other grains, for they had acquired a taste for human flesh. Diomedes used the visitors as a meal for his terrible equines. On the journey to Thrace, Hercules was joined by some friends, such as his nephew Iolaus, and also Abderus, son of Hermes. Upon arriving in Diomedes' kingdom, Hercules was informed of the atrocities the king was committing against visitors to the realm. Diomedes flouted the duty of hospitality, a demand from Zeus. Upon learning of the new visitors' arrival, the king and his guards ambushed the new victims. Hercules defeated the royal guard with relative ease. The hero wanted to punish the king for his many crimes. He grabbed the monarch and threw him out to be devoured by his mares. Properly fed, the mares calmed down, and Hercules led them to his ship. But more soldiers appeared, trying to avenge the king. Hercules asked Hermes' son to hold the mares, while the hero and Iolaus fought the soldiers. Once again, the guards were defeated by Hercules with ease. But, upon returning to the ship, Hercules found Abderus dead, being devoured by the mares. Hercules mourned his friend's death. After burying him, he declared that the city of Abdera would be founded there in tribute. In Mycenae, King Eusthrius consecrated mares in honor of the goddess Hera. The horses descended from these mares were extraordinary animals. According to legend, Bucephalus, Alexander the Great's horse, had the blood of these mares in its veins. Under Alexander the Great, it took part in the conquest of almost the entire known world. Hercules had gathered some heroes to follow him to Themyscira, the kingdom of the Amazons, to accomplish yet another task. The spoiled daughter of King Eurystheus demanded from her father Hippolyta's girdle as a gift. Hippolyta was the Amazonian queen, and, due to her achievements in the battlefield, received the girdle from the gods as an honor. To fulfill her daughter's desire, the king sent Hercules to use everything he deemed necessary to bring the girdle to his daughter. Themyscira was a women-only kingdom, and they were famous for being excellent warriors. When he arrived in the kingdom of the Amazons, Hercules was received by Hippolyta, who was stunned by the size of the son of Zeus. Hercules was diplomatic as he talked to the queen, and she retributed the courtesy. They seemed to be coming to an agreement, and Hippolyta would give her girdle to the hero without a drop of blood. But the goddess Hera, the enemy of Hercules, would not allow the bastard son of Zeus to accomplish that task so easily. Disguised, she joined the Amazons and spread the rumor that Hercules had planned to kidnap the queen. To protect Hippolyta, The Amazons armed themselves and attacked Hercules and his fellows. The battle was bloody. Many Amazonians fell on the battlefield. Among the fallen Amazons was the queen Hippolyta. Hercules picked her girdle up and started his return to Mycenae. On the way back, the hero passed through Troy, and the city was in terrible trouble. The Trojan king Laomedon was being punished, since he had refused to pay the tribute agreed with Poseidon, who had built the legendary walls of Troy for the king. And, because of that, his daughter was being delivered as a sacrifice to a terrible sea monster. The king promised a reward to the hero if he managed to save his daughter. So Hercules went to fight the creature. It was no match for the mighty son of Zeus and ended up destroyed. Laomedon increased his reputation as a deadbeat and failed to pay the prize to the hero. Hercules was expelled from Troy, but before leaving, he swore revenge and returned to Greece to deliver the girdle of Queen Hippolyta to the sovereign's daughter. King Eurystheus wanted to see Hercules as far away as possible. In the 10th labor, the hero was to steal the cattle of the giant Geryon. The giant lived on the mythical island of Erythea, near the Iberian Peninsula. The journey was very long, and no Greek had ever traveled so far and returned. Hercules sailed a long time until he reached a large mountain, which separated the Mediterranean Sea from the Atlantic Ocean. But not even a huge mountain could stop Zeus's son. Hercules used all his strength to split the mountain in two and pulled the halves apart. Thus, the hero connected the Mediterranean to the Atlantic and went on his way. The two great mountains created by the hero became known as the Pillars of Hercules. Today, this place is known as the Strait of Gibraltar. Finally, Hercules reached the island of Erythea. No Greek had ever dared to approach the oxen of the giant son of Chrysaor, for Geryon was a hideous creature that had several bodies in one. The giant also had a two-headed guard dog named Orthros, brother of Cerberus, the infernal dog. Hercules fought the dog, which, besides having two heads, had a serpent's tail. But not all this ferocity was an obstacle for Hercules. He slaughtered the dog son of Echidna with his mighty club. Hercules stealthily began driving the cattle without attracting the giant's attention. But Hercules' actions did not go unnoticed by Geryon, who attacked him furiously. The fight between Hercules and Geryon was intense, and the hero seemed finally defeated. Hercules realized that the goddess Hera, his enemy, was helping the giant by increasing his courage and strength. Hercules used his bow to shoot an arrow at the goddess. She, wounded, fled to Olympus. The demigod took one of his special arrows, soaked with Hydra's poisonous blood. Even the immortals were not immune to the strong poison of the monster son of Typhon and Echidna. The giant Geryon was slaughtered after undergoing terrible agony. Hercules was finally able to return to Greece, driving the famous Geryon's oxen. Hercules was again traveling the world to perform another labor for King Eurystheus. This time he was to find the famous garden of the Hesperides, bringing back one of their famous golden apples from it. When the goddess Hera married Zeus, she received from Gaia a beautiful tree from which golden apples grew. This tree was tended by the beautiful and delicate Hesperides and watched over by the huge dragon Ladon. In his quest into the garden, Hercules found the Titan Prometheus chained to a rock, his liver devoured by a great eagle. During the night, his liver regenerated. The next day, the bird would return to feed again. Prometheus had been punished by Zeus for stealing the sacred fire and giving it to men. Hercules decided that Prometheus had already suffered too much. Something had to be done. He shot down the hateful bird with his bow and broke the chains that bound the Titan to the rock. And Prometheus was finally free from his ordeal.
As a form of gratitude, Prometheus advises Hercules not to face the mighty dragon. Instead, he should meet with Atlas. Continuing his journey, the hero met the mighty Titan Atlas, who was also suffering a punishment imposed by Zeus. Atlas had fought against Zeus during the Titanomachy, the great confrontation between gods and titans. The defeated Atlas was forced to bear the entire weight of the celestial sphere on his back for all eternity. The Titan was the Hesperide's father and offered to give Hercules the apples he needed, provided he would hold the celestial sphere while the Titan went to his daughter's garden. Hercules agreed and used all his strength to hold the heavy celestial dome on his shoulders. Atlas left and returned after a while. He was carrying with him the apples that Hercules needed. When he saw the hero, Atlas said, "Here are the apples, but I will deliver them to King Eurystheus myself for you." Hercules realized that he had been the victim of a trick, having to bear the weight of the world on his back for all eternity. At this moment, he uses his wit. "Would you do that for me? You are so kind. I'm sick of my cousin. But before you leave, I want to make a request. Can you support the vault just for a moment so that I can put on the lionskin cloak and protect my back? This is very uncomfortable, as you know." Atlas knew perfectly well the discomfort and decided to help the hero. When the Titan lifted the celestial vault again, Hercules picked up the apples that had been set on the ground and turned his back, never to return. Upon returning to Mycenae with the apples, the great hero was cheered by Eurystheus' subjects. The jealous king decided that there was only one way to get rid of Hercules for good. He should be sent to the realm of the dead. After completing 11 labors that everyone thought impossible, Hercules was beloved by the people, for the hero had rid the world of the most sinister creatures. Eurystheus, whose plan was to finish off Zeus's son, only made him even more glorious. The Mycenaean king could only demand one more labor from Hercules. It was his last chance to get rid of the hero. Eurystheus ordered Hercules to go to the underworld and bring with him the legendary Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog, responsible for watching over his master's kingdom. Before leaving for the kingdom of Hades, the hero was initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis. The rituals of these cults symbolized death and resurrection. Hercules went to a secret cave that gave access to the underground world. At the entrance, he was met by his brother Hermes, the god who led souls to Hades' realm. Guided by the messenger god, Hercules entered the underworld. It was a sinister place filled with lugubriousness. In Hades' realm, the demigod found his friend Theseus still alive, chained to a rock. Theseus had been punished by Hades for trying, together with his friend Pirithous, to kidnap Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Hercules freed his friend from captivity, and Theseus returned to the world of the living. Then Hercules met the boatman Charon, who refused to help Hercules enter his master's kingdom. But the demigod was determined and threatened to destroy Charon and the boat if he did not take him to the other bank of the river Acheron. Faced with such a threat, Charon had no choice and did as Hercules demanded. On the other bank of the river, Hades, the lord of the underworld, was waiting for him. The son of Zeus came face to face with Hades, the lord of the underworld. He asked his permission to take his dog and present it to Eurystheus, with the promise that he would return the animal after completing his work. Hades allowed Hercules to try to capture the three-headed dog, but he could only use his bear to subdue the animal. The hero went after the monster. Upon spotting it, Hercules realized that the beast, besides the 3 heads, had a serpent's tail. The son of Zeus had already fought every kind of creature and entered the fight without fear. The struggle between the demigod and the monster was intense, but Hercules managed to defeat the creature. The hero brought Cerberus to the surface. Upon contact with sunlight, the dog became nauseous and vomited. Poisonous plants sprouted from where the animal's barf fell. Despite resistance,
Hercules dragged the animal to King Eurystheus' palace and presented the creature to the Lord. Faced with the monster, Eurystheus ran in terror into his bronze vat and hid there. Cerberus was released as promised and returned to the underworld. Hercules finally fulfilled his 12th labor. Eurystheus, resigned to the idea that he could not kill Hercules, eventually released the demigod from his duties. Hercules had reached the pinnacle of glory and was seen as mankind's benefactor. But this would not be the end of his journey. The son of Zeus still had difficult adventures and trials ahead of him before finally achieving immortality at his father's side. After returning from a trip to India, Dionysus wandered around the world, teaching men to cultivate vines that had the sweet grapes as their fruit. These were used to produce wine, a drink considered almost divine because of its connection to this god. But while the young god was strolling along the seashore, he was spotted by a band of pirates. When they saw the handsome young man in a purple robe, they had no doubt that he was the son of a king or a wealthy nobleman. The pirates surrounded Dionysus, who offered no resistance, and forced him into the pirate ship. The captain ordered the god to be tied to the main mast, where he was to remain until a large ransom was paid by his family. But to the pirates' surprise, even the most complex and intricate knots untied themselves. The captain ordered Dionysus to sit quietly by the mast under the watch of his men. The old helmsman warned the captain that the slack knots was a divine sign that the young man should be freed, but the captain ignored him. Dionysus had enough and decided to act. The wind ceased, and the sails of the boat became useless. When the sailors put their oars in the water, they turned into thick vines. And miraculously, it began to rain wine to the sailors' astonishment. When the pirates looked at Dionysus, his eyes glowed like fire. Vines spread throughout the ship from the god's body. The god summoned on board a leopard, which let out a terrible roar, terrifying the pirates. In panic, the sailors jumped into the sea. When they touched the waters, they suffered a metamorphosis and turned into dolphins. Dionysus spared the old helmsman, for he proved to be God-fearing. This is the story of how the god of wine transformed a band of pirates into a new species of dolphin. Clytie was a beautiful nymph in love with Helios, the sun god. They had a relationship, but the sun god saw nothing special in the nymph and abandoned her. Even after being rejected, Clytie spent her days contemplating her sweetheart as he crossed the skies during the day. She did nothing else and began to wither away after so many days of just following the motion of the sun. The forsaken nymph eventually passed away, but the gods did not allow her, out of love for the sun, to be forgotten. In her final resting place, beautiful yellow flowers appeared. Just like the nymph Clytie, they were always turned towards the sun while the god was crossing over it. This flower became known as the sunflower. Hyacinth was a young man of great beauty. His beauty was so immense that he even attracted two deities. One of them was Apollo, the god of music and prophecies. The other was Zephyrus, also known as the West Wind. Hyacinth was amused by Zephyrus. He flied across the sky alongside the god, piercing the clouds. With Apollo, the youngster rejoiced with the songs played by the brilliant god. The boy and the god became quite intimate. Hyacinth spent his days beside the god of music, doing all sorts of things. Realizing that he had been left out, Zephyrus started to nurture a great grief in his heart. One day, Apollo and Hyacinth decided to throw the discus. After preparing himself to throw it, Apollo launched the disc with incredible strength. The disc reached a stunning height. Hyacinth was ready to catch it, which descended at high speed. But the jealous Zephyrus blew the disc away, suddenly changing its trajectory. The disc fell to the ground, and after the rebound,
hit Hyacinth's head with violence. Apollo ran to rescue the boy whom he treasured so much. The god tried to use his powers to save Hyacinth's life, but not even the mighty Apollo could change Hyacinth's fate, traced by the Moirai. The beautiful boy died in Apollo's arms. Beautiful flowers started to sprout where Hyacinth's blood drops fell. Apollo felt guilty for ending Hyacinth's life at the peak of his youth, and in tribute to his friend, the god wrote his most beautiful songs, which were also the saddest and most melancholic. But with the arrival of spring, the god rejoiced, because the beautiful flowers born of the young's blood reappeared, and these came to be known by the name of Hyacinth. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, was a deity of great beauty and elegance. Her charm was so strong that she attracted Poseidon, the god of the seas. The goddess rejected the attempts of the sea god, who seemed determined to conquer her. To escape from Poseidon, the goddess took the form of a mare, but the god was the lord of horses and transformed himself into a stallion to pursue the goddess of fertility. Demeter was caught and taken by force. From this unwanted union, 2 offspring were born: the divine winged horse Arion and little Despina. Disgusted at having been raped, Demeter repudiated the child and left to purify herself in the river Ladon, where all sorrows could be forgotten. Poor Despina grew up without her mother's love, and the young goddess's heart was filled with great resentment. Unlike Despina, Persephone, Demeter's daughter with Zeus, was loved and spoiled by her mother. This saddened the neglected daughter enormously. When Persephone left to meet Hades in the underworld, Demeter was always saddened and neglected her duties as goddess of agriculture. Despina would take advantage of this moment to destroy her mother's work. She generated frost that ruined the crops, and during the winter, the snow made the fields barren. She also froze rivers, lakes, and inlets to punish her father. Even though she had an icy heart, she found a loving partner in Boreas, a deity who represents the icy north wind. When Persephone, the goddess of spring, returned after a period in the underworld, she saw that the flowers, which she had cultivated with so much love, had been destroyed. And this is how she learned of the existence of Despina, her sister. Persephone and Despina met, and despite being goddesses of opposite natures, there was no room for disagreement between the sisters. They became friends, even with opposite tasks. Despina, the goddess of winter, was traveling the world taken by her husband Boreas. He, with his icy wind, announced the arrival of the new season. Hebe, the goddess of youth, was the daughter of Zeus and Hera. She was also a deity connected with housework. One of her jobs was to be a cupbearer at the banquets on Mount Olympus. Hebe served the nectar of immortality to the gods. In a stroke of fate, one day Hebe stumbled and dropped all the sacred nectar. The other gods could not contain their laughter. But Zeus didn't like this at all, and decided to dismiss the goddess of youth from her role of serving the gods. Hera did not like Hebe being demoted from the nectar and ambrosia distribution. She warned Zeus not to choose one of his mistresses for Hebe's place. Zeus assured the goddess that no woman would take the place of the goddess of youth. Out of ideas, Zeus began watching the men, looking for someone capable of filling the open spot. Suddenly, he saw Ganymede, Prince of Troy, who was helping to shepherd the royal flocks. Ganymede had an almost divine beauty. Perhaps there had never been a mortal as beautiful as he was. Zeus decided that someone with such beauty was not meant to live among men. The presence of that gem would further enrich the abode of the gods. The supreme god took the form of an eagle and descended to earth to abduct the beautiful Ganymede. The eagle
surreptitiously flew over the young man. After descending toward him, the great bird grabbed Ganymede by surprise. The beautiful young man was gently carried by the divine bird toward Mount Olympus. Ganymede stood before the gods of Olympus. They were impressed by the beauty of the mere mortal. Zeus presented him as a substitute for Hebe in the celestial banqueting duties. Ganymede had the prestigious responsibility of serving nectar and ambrosia to the gods. The young man was also given the gift of immortality, retaining his youthful beauty forever. Ganymede was highly regarded by the gods, who valued the excellent service provided by the young man. Only the goddess Hera was not particularly fond of the cupbearer. She was jealous of the long periods that Zeus spent with the handsome young man. But Zeus's wife was not the only disgruntled person. The king and queen of Troy were extremely saddened by their son's disappearance. To lessen the pain of Ganymede's parents, Zeus created the constellation Aquarius, represented by the figure of young Ganymede. As they looked up into the sky, the parents knew that their son was in an honored place beside the gods of Olympus.
Kairos is a time-related Greek deity, as opposed to Cronus, who is considered the god of time. Kairos is considered the deity of opportune time, or the right moment. This is why he is also considered the god of opportunity. The Greeks used to believe that everything had its right time to happen, but major opportunities happen only a few times in life, and they can pass very quickly. Kairos had a long top knot, while the rest of his head was hairless. For this reason, the ancient Greeks believed that, when the god came along with a great opportunity, one ought to seize it immediately. If you let the opportunity pass by, you cannot grab it, and the great opening will be lost forever.
Atalanta is a heroine from Greek mythology, but when she was little, her father wanted to have only male children, and she was abandoned in a forest. The little girl was left at the mercy of the beasts, in a fate that seemed terrible. But surprisingly, she ended up taken in and raised by a bear, along with 2 cubs. When she was still a child, she was found by hunters, who decided to raise her from then on. From a young age, Atalanta showed an innate talent for hunting. She joined the hunting pack that followed the goddess Artemis. Atalanta's father, regretting having acted incorrectly against his only daughter, asked her for forgiveness. The young girl went on to attend her father's court. Her father, Sconius, king of Cadmes, was very proud of his daughter. She was known to be faster than a roe deer. Atalanta became even more famous after attending the Caledonian boar hunt. This ended tragically with Meleager's death. After this event, Atalanta was given a prophecy. If she were to marry, her life would go into ruin. But Atalanta was beautiful and the daughter of a king. She had hundreds of suitors. Her father, fearing his daughter's fate, prepared a plan to protect her. Whoever beat Atalanta in a race could marry his daughter. But if the suitor lost, he would have to pay for his defeat with his life. Despite the heavy penalty in case of defeat, many put their lives on the line to marry Atalanta, but they all died. After the demise of so many suitors, the king believed that his daughter was safe. But there was still a young man named Hippomenes. He was known for running very fast. Atalanta had met him already and knew that he could run at a faster speed than she could. But she also knew that he was unable to maintain that speed for very long. The young Hippomenes was in love with the beautiful Atalanta. At the temple of the goddess of love, he asked Aphrodite for help to seduce the young woman. The goddess appeared with golden apples and gave him instructions to follow during the race. It was time for the contest. The couple prepared for the start. Hippomenes took the lead, but Atalanta was not worried. She knew that the young man would not be able to keep up the pace for long. Hippomenes began to lose speed, and Atalanta was about to overtake him. At this moment, Hippomenes took out of his bag a golden apple, which caught the girl's attention. He dropped one of the apples on the ground. Atalanta, impressed by such a precious thing, bent down to pick it up. The young man managed to distance himself, but after picking up the apple, Atalanta ran even faster. The finish line was near, but Atalanta drew closer to Hippomenes, quick as an arrow. Just as Hippomenes was about to be overtaken, he dropped another apple. Atalanta could not resist the urge and bent down to pick up the fruit. Hippomenes crossed the finish line first. Fulfilling his promise, the king gave his daughter's hand to Hippomenes. Hippomenes and Atalanta got married, but, contrary to the prophecy, everything seemed to go well. However, the couple forgot to thank the goddess Aphrodite for allowing that union, and the deity did not like ungrateful people. The goddess decided to punish them and fostered lust in the couple. Unable to control their instincts, they had sex inside the temple dedicated to Rhea, mother of Zeus. Furious at such a lack of respect, Rhea, the powerful Titan, turned the beautiful couple into lions. As punishment, Atalanta and Hippomenes were destined to pull the glorious chariot of Rhea, the glorious mother of the Olympian gods.
In one ancient Greek kingdom, at a time when the gods still roamed among mortals, 3 beautiful princesses dreamed what their future husbands would look like.
Mine will be very rich and will cover me with the finest silk and the most beautiful jewels.
My husband will be a famous general, and he will show me as his most remarkable achievement. And you, Psyche, what will your husband look like?
All I want is a love that will lift my spirit. So cheesy.
The 2 sisters were beautiful, but Psyche was certainly the most beautiful, so beautiful that she attracted everyone's eyes, making her sisters jealous. People from faraway kingdoms traveled long distances just to gaze at the famous princess.
Behold, the most beautiful creature who ever set foot on earth!
Psyche was worshipped as a true deity, and the tributes previously paid to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, were now addressed to the young and beautiful princess. The offended goddess, caught in anger, watched the parade that followed the princess, while her temple was empty. Aphrodite gathered her son, Eros, the god of love and passion.
Dear son, this mortal who thinks she is on the same level as the gods must be punished. Through your arrows, make Psyche fall in love with the hideous creature.
As night fell, Eros went to the royal palace and stealthily entered Psyche's room. Psyche was sleeping in her bed. Curiously, Eros approached the princess to see if she was really that beautiful. The god was overwhelmed, as the beauty of Psyche was truly splendid.
The fact that my mother is jealous of this mortal being is no coincidence. Her beauty can eclipse the most beautiful among the nymphs and goddess.
In an unexpected turn of events, Psyche turned in her sleep, and this movement disoriented Eros, who accidentally wounded himself with his own weapon. The wounded god instantly fell in love with the young and beautiful mortal, and because of his love, Eros failed to accomplish the mission that would have caused harm to Psyche. Psyche carried on her life normally and did not even suspect what had happened. But there was something strange going on. Time passed, and although she was the most beautiful and most beloved, Psyche was still single, while her sisters had several suitors.
Psyche, you have always been adored by everyone, but you are still single, while our sister and I are already happily married to the noblest of men.
Don't worry, daughter of mine. Your beauty may be overwhelming to some men,
But soon a suitor worthy of your heart will appear." But the king was indeed very much worried about his daughter's situation. The king was unaware that the lack of suitors was because Eros refused to awaken the love for Psyche in any man, since he was in love with the girl. He went to the Oracle of Delphi in his quest for answers. Inside, through a pythoness, the god Apollo pronounced himself.
"Your daughter will marry a perverse, winged being who is delighted to wound mortals and gods. The princess shall be left on the edge of the abyss in matrimonial attire, where she shall be delivered to this terrible creature who will cause her death."
Apollo was referencing Eros, the god of love. The solar god harbored a great resentment for Eros, since he had made the god of music have non-requited loves. The king left the temple in tears, as he was resistant to the idea of losing his favorite daughter. But the envious sisters of Psyche insisted that he was to obey the orientations of the oracle.
You must sacrifice Psyche, or you will draw the ire of the gods, and woe to our kingdom!
The king then revealed the sorrowful fate of his daughter.
My beloved daughter, by the will of the gods we will deliver you to a terrible fate. Your beauty has become a curse.
The princess was led into the abyss by a bridal procession, which resembled a funeral procession. Psyche, hearing her parents' lamentation, did not hold back.
Why do they now bemoan my fate? A short while ago they rejoiced proudly to see me being adored like a goddess, while they knew the sacrilege that was being perpetuated. Now carry me up the cliff and let me meet my dismal fate.
Psyche was abandoned on the edge of the abyss, in expectation of her terrible husband. A breeze started to lift Psyche towards the sky. This wind was the god Zephyr, also known as the West Wind. The princess levitated in the sky towards her destiny. After being swept away by Zephyr, Psyche awoke in an idyllic place. Flowers spread everywhere, and a delicious scent perspired the air. A beautiful palace featuring the whitest marble stood out in the landscape. Psyche climbed the stairs that led to the entrance of the palace, bewildered by all the wealth that surrounded her. The place was made of striking luxury, where there was no shortage of adornments covered in gold and silver. As she entered the palace, she heard a soft voice, but could not tell where it came from. "My lady, everything you see now belongs to you, and we are at your disposal to assist you in anything you wish." There was no one around her, but the young woman understood that these were invisible servants. They helped her in the bath, at meals, and sang and played beautiful songs. "Now you shall go to your room and wait for the arrival of our master."
And what is your master like? They say he's a monster.
Some have mentioned him that way, but in fact he's not evil, just volatile. Already in her room, Psyche, distressed, was waiting for her fate. The cloak of Nyx, the goddess of the night, had already fully clothed the skies. The room was in utter darkness, and it was impossible to see any shape, when Psyche felt that something had crept in through the window. The lady felt the presence of her new husband, and could feel his breath on her neck. The young woman was tense and had no idea what would happen. Against her expectations, she had a night of sublime pleasure, and her new husband treated her with much love and affection. When she awakened in the morning, her husband had already left, and due to the darkness of the previous night, she could not have any glimpse of her companion. Psyche spent the day getting to know the facilities of her new residence, but she kept thinking about when she would find that mysterious creature again. The night arrived, and Psyche was already waiting for her husband. The couple met and loved each other on countless nights. On one of those, Psyche couldn't resist and asked,
My love, why do you always hide in the shadows? I would so much like to know how you really are.
Isn't the love we share enough? All I'm asking is that you don't try to see me.
In the darkness, we are equals.
I'm sorry if I annoyed you. That wasn't my intention.
Psyche decided to respect her husband's request and stopped touching the subject. Time passed, and despite being very happy, Psyche missed her family.
Husband of mine, I miss my family so much, and it hurts my heart to know that they think I am dead. I beg you to let me visit her.
Eros accepted Psyche's request because, according to his thoughts, if she decided to return after having been released, that would be the ultimate proof of her genuine love.
My beloved daughter, I thought I would never see you again.
Psyche's relatives were surprised with the girl's return, whom they thought they would never see again. And the return was triumphant. Psyche was adorned with the most beautiful jewels. She looked like the richest of queens.
How is your life with your mysterious husband?
It couldn't be more wonderful. He is sweet and does everything to please me.
Her jealous sisters did not believe the stories Psyche told while she distributed beautiful gifts to her relatives.
Everything about our sister tends to be too much. I don't think everything she says is really that gorgeous.
You don't have to believe me. Come with me, and you can see for yourself.
Zephyr, the wind from the west, led Psyche and her sisters to the heavenly palace. When they got there, they realized that everything their sister had said was true. But this only made her sisters more jealous. The envious sisters decided to poison Psyche's relationship.
I know that everything seems wonderful, but don't you remember what the oracle said? You married a monster, and he will be responsible for your death.
Do this. When you sense that he is sleeping, take a knife, turn on a light, and after seeing the monster, cut his throat!
Her sisters departed, but seeds of distrust had been planted in Psyche's heart. The night came, and her husband was already asleep beside her. The young woman took a knife and lit a lamp. As she approached her bed, Psyche realized that this was not a monster, but a young man with divine beauty. The young woman moved closer to contemplate her husband's breathtaking beauty, and concluded that he could only be a god. But a drop of hot oil accidentally fell from the lamp, and it hit Eros's chest, who awoke, frightened by the burn. And he faced Psyche, wielding the knife.
How can you be such a fool? Is this how you repay my love? Thinking that I'm a monster and wanting to slash my throat?
Forgive me, my love. I know I made a mistake, but we can make this right.
I only asked you one thing, and you couldn't do it. And so you'll never see me again.
Eros flew out the window. Psyche jumped after him but couldn't reach him and hit the ground. The fall injuries were light, but her heart was utterly broken. When they heard that Psyche had returned, her sisters ran to the cliff, hoping that they would be blown away by the west wind. Zephyr began to blow, and the sisters threw themselves into his arms. But he did not seize them, letting them fall from the cliff. The poor Psyche began to help with the tasks of the goddess Demeter's temple. In Demeter's temple, Psyche accomplished all of her tasks with utmost dedication. But all this work was not enough to make the young woman stop thinking about her lost love. The goddess Demeter showed her pity for the poor girl and decided to help her.
Poor Psyche. I feel sorry for your pain. So I give her the following advice. Go to Aphrodite's temple and offer yourself to the goddess with humility and submission. Then you will soften the goddess's wrath, and perhaps you will be able to win back her love.
Who am I not to follow the advice of such a wise and benevolent goddess?
Psyche went to the goddess of love's temple, and she had no idea how she would be welcomed by the former mother-in-law. The young woman was met with great distrust by Aphrodite.
What is the most obnoxious and disloyal of creatures who have walked on this earth doing in my temple?
I humbly throw myself down before the goddess of love and put myself at her service in search of forgiveness.
Do you believe that you will be forgiven easily by me, after robbing my honors and hurting my son? To purge your sins will be very painful, and you will have to do the most difficult jobs, which may cost you your own life.
I will do anything to at least have a small chance to get your forgiveness and win back my love.
Aphrodite chose to burden Psyche with painful tasks. As a first assignment, Psyche would then have to go to the grain barn and separate the different varieties, which were thoroughly mixed. The difficulty of such a task would have overwhelmed even Hercules. The god Eros, who secretly observed everything, made ants help Psyche in her task. This way, the young woman accomplished her work in record time. Aphrodite was angered to see the work accomplished so quickly.
I don't know how you managed to accomplish this task so easily, but the next one won't be so straightforward.
Psyche was supposed to bring Aphrodite a good handful of golden wool from dangerous sheep. These were no ordinary animals, since, besides having the golden wool, they were also enthusiasts of human flesh. The sheep passed through a narrow trail between thorny plants, and part of their wool ended up sticking to the thorns. Psyche collected the wool that was left between the thorns and presented the golden threads to the goddess.
Well done, but do not think it's over.
The goddess of beauty then demanded that the young woman bring her a jug of water from the source of the Styx River, which is located on top of a mountain. The task was seemingly impossible to achieve, but Zeus ordered his eagle to collect the water from the source and deliver it to Psyche, and so one more job was accomplished.
I admit that you have been able to accomplish these tasks by conquering the mercy of the gods, but your next job will have a price that only you can pay. The hassle you've caused me has exhausted my beauty, so I demand you go to the kingdom of Hades and ask Queen Persephone to fill this box with beauty so I can restore my splendor. And then you shall have my forgiveness and blessing to reunite with my son again.
Psyche knew now that her end was near, and she knew of no other way to enter the underworld than to take her own life. The young woman was ready to jump from the top of a tower when she heard a voice like a ghost.
There's another way. I'll tell you the route and how you can overcome the obstacles known as Charon the ferryman and Cerberus, the three-headed dog. But when you come back, don't ever open the box in any situation.
Following the guidance of the mysterious voice, she found a cave that would take her to the underworld. After a lengthy descent, she reached the banks of the Acheron River, and there she met Charon.
I serve the goddess Aphrodite and have an audience with Queen Persephone, who awaits me.
She gave 2 coins to the boatman Charon as payment. So she crossed the River of Souls toward the domains of Hades. Psyche introduced herself to the king and queen of the underworld, Hades and Persephone.
What does a mortal do in our domains?
I'm here at the service of Aphrodite, who asks you to fill this box with some of your beauty so that she can restore hers.
Persephone gave the box back to her, which was now much heavier, and Psyche set out on her way out of the underworld. Psyche came across Cerberus, preventing her passage. However, she had taken with her, guided by the mysterious voice, barley and honey bread, soaked with a sleeping pill. She offered it to the dog, who fell asleep, and so Psyche proceeded to the surface. As the boatman made his return trip, the young woman saw her own reflection in the waters, and she noticed how all this work had made her look tired. Psyche started the ascent to the surface, and she would soon finish her last mission.
This box is nearly overflowing with beauty. It won't hurt me to take just a little bit for myself. And like this, when I find my love again, I will be beautiful and glowing for him.
Psyche opened the box, and out of it came a black mist. As she absorbed the mist, Psyche started to faint, and life began to leave her body.
Eros felt that something had happened to his love and went to rescue her. When he found Psyche, she was cold as a cadaver. Thanatos, the embodiment of death, was already beside the girl's body. Using his powers, Eros lifted the mortal mist from her beloved's body and put it back in the box. Psyche awoke in Eros's arms and said,
My love, I feel now that I can finally look you in the eyes without risking losing you.
Then the couple kissed passionately. Eros instructed Psyche to finish her work, handing the box to Aphrodite. In the meantime, the god of love flew to Mount Olympus, where he begged Zeus to convince Aphrodite to allow the couple to bond. Eros led Psyche to Mount Olympus. All the gods were waiting for her there. And from the hands of Zeus himself, and with Aphrodite's blessing, she received the nectar and ambrosia, divine foods that bestowed immortality.
Psyche, her path was thorny, but ultimately you managed to complete your quest. Now you are immortal and free from the obstacles created by men's ignorance. And the bond that binds you and your husband will never be breached, and this love will persist for all eternity.
From the union of Eros and Psyche was born Hedon, the deity of pleasure, and the love of the couple lasted forever. Aegeus was the king of the city of Athens. The monarch had several wives, but none gave him a male child as an heir. This made him feel sad and worried. The king decided to visit the Oracle of Delphi, the place where the Greeks found answers to the most diverse questions. He asked the Pythoness, a priestess of Apollo capable of predicting the future, what he needed to do to have a male child. As usual, the Pythoness's answer to Aegeus was very obscure and cryptic. The king could not decipher the meaning of what was said by the oracle. The king of Athens returned home disappointed, not to find the answer he was looking for. On his way home, Aegeus stayed at the palace of the wise king Pythias of Troezen, an old friend of the Athenian king. Aegeus told him the Pythoness's revelation, and the clever Pythias understood the prophecy immediately. He realized that Aegeus would have a child with the first woman he met on his way home. With this information, the king of Troezen intoxicated his guest and offered his daughter to sleep with Aegeus. Intoxicated by alcohol and lust at the sight of such a beautiful young woman, the Athenian could not resist his desires and gave himself over to his passions. That same night, Princess Aethra was visited by the goddess Athena's specter. The goddess said that Aethra should go to the beach and make an offering to the gods. Thus, the son she was expecting would be blessed by them. The princess stepped into the sea waters and made her offering to the gods. Poseidon, the god of the seas, emerged. This surprised the princess, who was amazed by the magnificent deity. Poseidon placed his hand on her belly and said that her child would achieve glories as great as those of Zeus's offspring. The god joined himself to the princess. The child born from Aethra's womb would be the son of Aegeus and Poseidon. The next day, Aethra told Aegeus about her meeting with the gods and that they had blessed the child that would be born from the union. Obviously, she preferred not to reveal all the details. Aegeus was very pleased with the news, but he feared for the child's safety. The king had many enemies. If the child was a boy, she should not tell anyone who the father was. Aegeus lifted a large stone and placed his sandals and sword under it. When his son had the strength to lift the stone, the queen was to send him to Athens to be the prince of Attica. A beautiful, strong boy named Theseus was born. He was raised by his wise grandfather, who prepared him to be a hero.
When Theseus was still a child, Hercules visited his grandfather's palace. When they heard that Hercules had arrived, little Theseus and his friends ran to meet him. Hercules had left his lion skin cloak on an armchair. When they ran into the hall, the children were terrified because they thought it was a real lion. But young Theseus seemed to have no fear. He took the dagger from the palace guard and attacked the lion. Hercules had a great laugh as he watched the boy stab the lion's hide. He stated that, with such a heart, Pythias' grandson would be destined to have his name written in the stars. Hercules and Theseus would be great friends in the future, and together they would face many challenges. When he was 16 years old, Theseus decided to try to lift the stone where Aegeus had hidden his sandals and sword. With his immense strength, he lifted the stone with ease, finding his father's belongings. He put on the king's sandals and told his mother that he would leave for Athens. His grandfather gave him a ship to head for the port of Piraeus. But Theseus refused, saying that there would be no honor in arriving at his father's house without dust on his sandals and blood on the blade of his sword. He dismissed his grandfather's courtesy and hit the road toward his destination. After picking up his father's sandals and sword, Theseus headed on foot to Athens. The road was long and fraught with danger. The roads were full of bandits, and there were wild beasts on the loose in the fields and forests. But Theseus was not afraid. He set out alone on his way to meet the father he did not know. On the way, the young man met several bandits. Among them was Periphetes, famous for his iron club. Theseus was attacked by the villain, but managed to dodge the strikes. After a powerful counterattack punch, Theseus disarmed and killed Periphetes with his own club. Soon after, he encountered Cercyon, who was challenging all the travelers to a melee without the use of weapons. Cercyon killed all that he defeated. The young hero bravely faced his challenger. They measured forces, and Cercyon proved to be very strong. Theseus used unprecedented fighting techniques to defeat Cerceron. To this day, he is considered the inventor of Greco-Roman wrestling. After defeating other bandits, Theseus was attacked by a large boar, but not even Mother Nature's creatures could stop the stubborn boy. After wiping out the animal, the hero met Procrustes, the most feared figure in the region. He offered the hero a bed to rest in. Procrustes had two beds, one large and one small. When a tall visitor appeared, he offered the small bed. Since the man could not fit into the bed, he would cut off his legs to fit the bed perfectly. If the visitor was small, he offered the large bed, and for the visitor to fill the bed, he would pull the victim's legs and arms with ropes. But this bandit was no match for the hero. Theseus threw him into the small bed and made him taste his own poison. After this long journey, Theseus arrived in Athens. But even without having sent any message, his arrival did not surprise the old king Aegeus, who was already waiting for him. He had been warned days before by the sorceress Medea, who had predicted the arrival of the king's heir. But he did not learn the whole truth. The sorceress had gained much influence in Aegeus's court and knew that her clout would be lost with Theseus's arrival. She warned the king that the arrival of the man would be responsible for the monarch's death. She told the king to welcome the visitor with all hospitality, offering him a glass of wine. In this way, all his problems were solved. The king offered the poison cup of wine to his guest. Theseus raised the cup and toasted the king's health. When he raised his arm, the king's sword became visible, and Aegeus recognized it immediately. Theseus was about to drink the wine, but the king knocked the goblet over. Then he embraced his son, who had finally come to stand beside his father. Aegeus expelled the sorceress Medea from his kingdom for conspiring against his son's life. The king introduced Theseus to the people of Athens and recognized him as the Prince of Attica and heir to the Athens throne. After returning to Athens and becoming heir to the Attica kingdom, Theseus encountered a revolting situation. Emissaries from King Minos of Crete had arrived in Athens for tributes owed to the monarch. Athens had been subdued by Crete after the war between the cities, prompted by the murder of Minos' son while he was visiting the kingdom of Aegeus. As a clause of the peace treaty, Athens was to send 14 youths to Crete annually to serve as tribute, 7 men and 7 women. Upon arrival in Crete, these young men and women were taken to the infamous labyrinth of Minos, where they were used as a sacrifice to the dreadful Minotaur, a creature half man, half bull. The Athenians could no longer bear to see their sons delivered as sacrificial lambs, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, on learning of the situation, Theseus decided to put a stop to it. He volunteered to be one of the young men delivered to Crete, saying that the time for humiliation had come to an end. He would leave with the other young men, and they would all return alive after exterminating the beast that fed on the blood of the Athenian children. King Aegeus tried to convince him to abandon this idea, but to no avail. Theseus, seeing his son leave, blessed him and told him that the ship that would take him to Crete would, by tradition, leave with black sails as a sign of mourning for the lives sacrificed. But if Theseus returned safely, he was to set white sails. That way, on seeing the boat on the horizon, the king's heart would immediately be put at ease. Distressed, Aegeus watched the ship carrying his son disappear over the horizon, not knowing if he would return. Upon reaching the island of Crete, the 14 young children were taken to the place of Minos to be presented to the king. While King Minos was examining the young men and women delivered as tribute, the beautiful princess Ariadne was also in the throne room. She, on seeing the handsome young man Theseus, fell in love immediately. During the night, Ariadne secretly visited the cell where the object of her passion was. Theseus was waiting for the moment when he would be taken to the labyrinth. She told him that Eros had struck her heart as soon as she saw Theseus, and she would not allow him to be killed by the infamous creature. She gave Theseus a sword and a ball of yarn. He thought the sword would allow him to put an end to the sinister creature that was taking the lives of his countrymen. But he did not understand the yarn ball's purpose. Ariadne told him that the sword would allow him to exterminate the monster, and the ball of yarn would show him the way out of the labyrinth. The next day, Ariadne and Theseus parted. As the hero set off in search of his destiny, she held the end of the yarn ball. Theseus entered the labyrinth with the other youngsters. As he walked, a yarn trail formed behind him. The labyrinth was dark and scary. The tension was high. Sometimes they could hear the snorts of the lurking creature. Blood stains stained the labyrinth's ground and walls, but the reckless Theseus believed his blood would not paint the soil red. The Minotaur emerged, and, with a surprise attack, tried to kill the hero. However, the agile Theseus dodged the beast's several blows. But the hero's counterattack was devastating. With just one sharp blow, Theseus rid the world of the nefarious creature. The young hero saved the lives of most of his fellow travelers. And following the trail of the thread, they left the labyrinth. Ariadne greeted Theseus with eyes full of tears. Theseus and Ariadne kissed each other passionately, and they left together for the port, where the ship to escape from Crete awaited them. During the journey, the couple's love increased. During the night, Theseus received a visit from the god Dionysus, who demanded an end to the romance between the couple. Ariadne was destined to the god of wine. Out of respect for the gods, Theseus landed with Ariadne on the island of Naxos, and he abandoned her there. The desperate and poor princess saw her lover leave. But she would not be helpless, for she was destined for the god of ecstasy. The young man headed for Athens with a broken heart. Out of sadness brought on by the separation, Theseus forgot to hoist the white sails, as his father had requested. King Aegeus, who was eagerly awaiting the return of his beloved son, felt his heart tremble at the sight of the boat returning with the black sails. Aegeus jumped from the top of the cliffs into the waters, and a great sadness fell over Attica. The king's tomb sea was renamed the Aegean Sea. What should have been a triumphant return turned out to be a melancholy affair. But Attica praised Theseus. The young man killed the terrible Minotaur and was now the leader of Athens. Theseus became one of the most famous heroes of Greek mythology. His long reign is full of adventures and misfortunes. His achievements are inscribed in the stars. A queen bee went to Mount Olympus to pay homage to Zeus. As an offering, she brought honeycombs of exceptional quality. Zeus was pleased with the bee for that fantastic offering, and said he would grant her one wish. The bee stated that her honey was very coveted, and she wished for a weapon to take revenge on the thieves. Zeus gave the bees their painful sting. But first, the god warned the bee. After using the stinger, she would die. After all, he who acts out of revenge and wishes evil is rewarded with that same evil in return. Lamia is a chimeric creature from Greek mythology. The figure of the serpent-tailed woman instilled fear in ancient times. She was known to attack and devour children who crossed her path. But Lamia may not always have been like this. She had once been a beautiful queen, daughter of Poseidon, reigning over the Libyan region. Her beauty was such that she attracted Zeus's attention, the supreme god of Olympus, and she became Zeus's lover. With the god, the queen had several children, which aroused the fury of the goddess Hera, wife of Zeus. The goddess ruthlessly took revenge on the beautiful queen. Hera killed all of Lamia's children. In some versions, the goddess caused the mother herself to devour her children, and was then terribly cursed. The young girl was transformed into a creature half woman, half serpent, that fed on children and young people. As if this were not enough, the goddess still made it so that Lamia could not close her eyes. The image of the death of her children was always present, and she would not be able to rest. But Zeus, feeling sorry for the cursed creature, allowed her to remove her eyes so she could finally sleep for a while. Over time, the myth of Lamia changed, and she came to be identified as a vampiric creature. Through seduction, Lamia would lure young men to her bed to feed on their blood. Medieval folklore turned Lamia into a kind of boogie woman. Her story was told to frighten children. Despite being a figure that has lost relevance over the centuries, Lamia still arouses fear and fascination. Niobe was the powerful queen of Thebes, married to Amphion, son of Zeus, and an amazing musician. She was the daughter of Tantalus, a man who dared to serve human flesh to the gods. His offspring was cursed, and Niobe would meet a terrible fate. Niobe had 7 children. They were so strong, athletic, and beautiful that they looked like the children of Ares and Aphrodite. The queen also had 7 beautiful daughters, who delighted those who looked at them, resembling true nymphs. Niobe was enormously proud of her children. This immoderate feeling was the reason for her ruin. One day, a priestess from Apollo's temple asked the people to participate in a sacrificial ceremony to honor the goddess Leto, mothers of the gods Apollo and Artemis. The proud queen did the unthinkable. She interrupted the priestess and said that, if the goal was to worship and honor someone, then she should be the focus, and not the goddess Leto. She boasted that she was queen of one of Greece's most important kingdoms. On the contrary, Leto was a wandering deity, who only found shelter on the island of Delos thanks to the mercy of the gods. While Leto had only 2 children, Apollo and Artemis, the queen had given birth to 14, all so splendid that, according to Niobe, they could live on Olympus among the gods. She told them to forget about Leto and focus all their tributes on the Queen of Thebes. Far away from there, Leto was consoled by Artemis after suffering the enormous humiliation, but her children would not allow such an outrage against the gods to go unpunished. Apollo and Artemis's revenge would be relentless. Using his divine bow, Apollo initiated the payback. With terrible arrows, he went about slaughtering Niobe's male children. All 7 sons of the Queen of Thebes fell after being struck by the shining god's arrows. Niobe was horrified to see all her sons dead and fallen at her feet. But this punishment was not enough to make the queen understand that a mortal cannot compare herself to the gods. Niobe, even after losing her 7 male children, said that she was still superior to Leto, for she had 7 magnificent daughters, while the goddess had only 1. So Artemis carried out the god's vengeance on the insolent mortal. With sharp blows, she slaughtered Niobe's 7 daughters. The proud queen lost the 14 children of whom she was so proud. Her arrogance brought her on par with the gods. It was said that Niobe was turned into a rock, and that even in this mineral form, the queen continued to shed tears down the stone. Momus is the personification of satire in Greek mythology, and was also the son of Nyx. He was known for his sharp tongue, uttering the harshest critiques and mockery. One day, Momus was invited to judge the works of the gods. Poseidon had created the bull, and Momus told him that he was a fool for not putting the horns below its eyes. This would have allowed the animal to see where its horns were pointing. Athena had created the first house, and Momus criticized it, saying that if it had wheels, it could be taken anywhere along with its owner. He also criticized Hephaestus for creating Pandora without a visible heart so that men could understand her feelings. He also commented on Zeus's infidelity to Hera, as he seduced goddesses and mortals. Zeus expelled him from Olympus, because he who has no talents only knows how to criticize what others do. The ancient Greek fable recounts that a cat eventually became deeply in love with its owner. The cat wanted nothing more than to be made into a real woman. She went to Aphrodite's temple to pray to the goddess of love, asking the goddess to fulfill her wish. Aphrodite was moved by the love this cat had for his owner and decided to help her. The goddess of love turned the cat into a beautiful young woman, so beautiful that no man could resist. The boy immediately fell in love with the woman-shaped cat, and it wouldn't be long before they were married. On their wedding night, however, Aphrodite brought a mouse into the couple's quarters to see if the cat's makeover had been complete. Instead of screaming as expected of any woman, the girl began to chase the rat. She jumped on it and took it, but the worst was yet to come. The girl gobbled up the rat with sheer voracity, much to her husband's astonishment. Aphrodite understood the mistake she had made. Some people may change their appearance, but they don't lose their old habits. Castor and Pollux were twin brothers. They were the sons of Leda, queen of Sparta, who had been visited by a swan-shaped Zeus. She gave birth to both brothers. Pollux was the son of Zeus and was born immortal. Castor was the son of King Tyndareus of Sparta. Castor became an accomplished horse driver, while his brother was an outstanding boxer. The twins were inseparable and took part in many adventures. The most famous include the hunt of the Caledonian boar,
the rescue of Helen from Theseus's hands, and they were also Argonauts. It was there that they became friends with the brothers Lynceus and Idas, two famous heroes of that time. But these pairs of brothers became rivals due to an unresolved dispute. The animosities between them increased when Castor and Pollux kidnapped the rivals' sisters. Castor ended up mortally wounded by Idas, who was trying to rescue his sisters. He agonized in Pollux's arms, who was heartbroken to realize that his brother's life was fading away. Pollux pleaded with his divine father for help, and Zeus went to meet him. He asked the supreme god to bring his beloved brother back to life, but Zeus said that was impossible. Castor was a mere mortal, and his spirit belonged to Hades. Pollux said he would give his own life so that he could be by his brother's side. But this was also unfeasible, for he was immortal. Zeus and Pollux found a solution so that the brothers would not be separated. Castor and Pollux would spend half the year together in the kingdom of Hades, and the other half among the immortal gods. In the heavens, the sky gods honored the brave and inseparable brothers through the constellation of Gemini. In the city of Corinth, the descendants of Sisyphus, the man who dared to deceive the gods, reigned over the city. King Glaucus had two sons, Deliades, his favorite, and Bellerophon, who was so beautiful that people said he was Poseidon's son. The two brothers had a great rivalry, and almost always, whenever they trained their martial techniques, Bellerophon lost. But as he grew, Bellerophon became stronger and more agile, and their clashes got more violent. Despite improving every day, Deliades was more skilled than Bellerophon. During the fights, he displayed exaggerated confidence, imprudently triggering his brother. Angered by his brother's provocations, Bellerophon started fighting furiously, forgetting his own fatigue, and he beat his brother with an unusual speed. One of his fast blows overcame Deliades' defensive stance, and Bellerophon hit the prince's head with great violence. Deliades fell to the ground, his body motionless. Bellerophon ran to help him, but the young prince's spirit had left for the kingdom of Hades. Bellerophon cried with his brother in his arms, while the king ran to see what had happened.
No! 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 What happened?
Fueled by the enormous pain of losing his favorite son, the king expelled Bellerophon from his kingdom and ordered him never to return.
It was an accident! We were training, and... It can't be! It can't be! Get out! Take that curse that you have shed on us! Out!
The young man left under the disapproving looks of his compatriots, who had much love for the dead prince. And so Bellerophon crossed the gates of the city, carrying on his shoulders the weight of guilt, and under the curse of a terrible sin. The young man wandered aimlessly through Greece, until he reached the city of Tiryns, ruled by King Protus. When the monarch learned that the exiled prince of Corinth was in his lands, he offered him lodging and treated him with all respect and hospitality, obeying the principles of Zeus. Bellerophon told the king the reason for his banishment, and swore that everything had been a terrible accident. The king was moved by the situation, and promised to help him. Protus organized a purification ritual to atone for the sins of the Corinthian prince.
You will be an honorary citizen of Tiryns. This is now your home. You will be forgiven by the gods. Let's make an offering to them.
With the sacrifices offered to the gods, Bellerophon's sins were purged, and the young man now owed a great debt of gratitude to the king. The queen of Tiryns felt mesmerized while contemplating the young man at the peak of his beauty. Bellerophon began to reside in the court of King Protus, and did not realize the desire of Queen Antea. One day,
Bellerophon was invited to a private meeting with the queen.
"Your Highness, how can I help you?"
The queen used her great beauty to try to seduce him. But out of respect and gratitude to his host, Bellerophon did not think of committing such treason and rejected the queen.
My apologies. I have a task to finish."
The queen audibly insulted the Prince of Corinth and questioned his manhood, but he ignored and left the woman on her knees. But the queen would not accept that humiliation and wanted revenge on the young man who had rejected her. Antea addressed the king and, with crocodile tears dropping from her eyes, denouncing Bellerophon's rape attempt. The king was taken by a huge fury, but due to the duty of hospitality required by Zeus, he could not attack his guest.
"What a scoundrel! I open the doors of my kingdom to him. I will take care of it."
But Protus was a wise man and devised a plan to get rid of the guest who had supposedly dishonored his home. The king ordered the scribe to write a letter to his father-in-law and delivered this sealed message to Bellerophon, asking him to give it to Iobates, the king of Lycia. Bellerophon naively accepted the task of his host, for whom he nurtured enormous gratitude, without suspecting that he had devised a way to kill him. Upon finding an entourage dressed in the colors of his son-in-law's kingdom, the king of Lycia ordered preparations to welcome the visitors. The king was deeply amicable to Bellerophon. After all, a friend of his son-in-law would also be his friend. The young man tried to deliver the message to the king, but he refused to check it before the young man knew Lycia's hospitality.
"Welcome, young man. I come on behalf of King Protus. He asked me to give you—"
During a great feast, Iobates presented his beautiful daughter to the man from Corinth, who was immediately struck down by an Eros arrow. In an attempt to recover his composure, Bellerophon decided to deliver the message to the king. Iobates was stunned by its content. The letter said that the bearer of that document had attempted to rape the daughter of Lycia's king, and that he should get the punishment he deserved. Like his brother-in-law, the king began to feel hatred for Bellerophon. But even consumed by resentment, Iobates realized the interest of the young Bellerophon for his daughter. Lycia's monarch wanted to take that opportunity to get rid of his guest. The king said he would give his daughter's hand to the young prince if he helped him in a difficult task. Iobates explained to Bellerophon that his kingdom was suffering a terrible scourge. Villages were destroyed, plantations burned, and cattle perished. All this because of a terrible creature. The king promised to deliver his beautiful daughter to the hero in case he would rid Lycia's kingdom of this creature. Bellerophon, feeling an enormous sense of courage fed by passion, promptly accepted the challenge.
"That task is mine. I will put an end to this curse."
Bellerophon took up arms and left in search of the creature. Satisfied, Iobates saw the man, who supposedly tried to rape his eldest daughter, heading for a terrible death. The youngster had no idea that he would meet one of the most fearsome creatures that had ever passed through the earth. His name was Chimera. The monster descended from Typhon and Echidna, two of the most sinister creatures of the Greek world. This monster had a lion's head, a goat's head, and its tail was a terrible snake. The beast was a terribly aggressive animal. Nothing could resist his sharp claws, and his flaming breath burned everything around him. But before meeting this evil creature, the gods provided an unexpected encounter. Bellerophon found the magnificent winged horse Pegasus, son of Medusa and Poseidon, drinking water in a stream. He knew that if he could tame that creature, he would be practically invincible. The hero stealthily approached the winged horse and jumped on the animal, which reacted immediately, bouncing frantically. Pegasus threw the daring young man away. He fell to the ground and hit his head on a rock. Bellerophon became unconscious, and his mind entered the kingdom of Morpheus, the god of dreams. In his sleep, he came upon Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who had golden reins in her hands.
Am I dreaming? Athena gave Bellerophon, for whom she felt great empathy, the special reins and explained how to tame Pegasus. When the young man awoke, in his hands he had the goddess's divine reins, and Pegasus was still around. Following the goddess's guidance, Bellerophon calmly approached the glorious animal and gently put the reins on it.
Easy, my friend. I will need your help.
The Prince of Corinth mounted the winged horse and began galloping. Bellerophon and the glorious creature took flight. Pegasus had never been mounted, but the union between the knight and the animal was so perfect that they pierced the clouds as if they were one single creature. At the top, Bellerophon noticed a huge column of smoke, indicating the presence of the terrible chimera.
Looks like we found the monster.
The bestial creature destroyed everything around him, and the flames consumed the village. Up there, Bellerophon was assessing his opponent. He was a more dangerous enemy than he had imagined. The beast spat gushes of fire against the hero, but the agile equine could anticipate the trajectory of those deadly attacks. Pegasus and Bellerophon flew in circles around the creature, which seemed to be increasingly confused. The hero attacked Chimera, and he prepared to fight back. The beast jumped on Pegasus, but the animal responded with a kick to the beast's head. Realizing that the monster was vulnerable, Bellerophon jumped off of his horse and pierced the beast with his spear. Chimera was dead, and after exterminating the beast, Bellerophon felt overwhelmed by an enormous sense of power. He began to believe the stories about him being Poseidon's son.
This damned demon required a great effort.
I was blessed in this fight, and now I will take the trophy to prove my worth. Bellerophon returned to the palace of Iobates with the monster's head as a trophy. The king was impressed. He never imagined that that boy would be able to complete the task successfully.
How in the hell did... I mean, he's dead.
The king told Bellerophon that he would prepare the wedding as soon as two other threats were neutralized: the Solymi and the Amazons.
Unfortunately, I have two other tasks before I grant my daughter's hand.
Bellerophon knew that the king was infringing on what had been agreed, but due to his passion for the princess, he accepted these new tasks. Bellerophon fought and defeated the Solymi, the wild warriors and the offspring of Ares. The Amazons also failed to defeat the powerful warrior and his divine horse. Bellerophon returned to Lycia, taking as prisoners the leaders of the looters who terrorized their kingdom.
Here they are. What else do I have to do to prove my worth?
Iobates realized that that man was blessed by the gods, and that the accusations made against him could only be unfounded.
This guy is invincible.
As promised, the king of Lycia celebrated Bellerophon's marriage to Princess Philonoe and named the hero as his heir. Bellerophon had conquered everything a man could desire. He had a beautiful family and ruled Lycia in her father-in-law's place. But after all of his accomplishments, he believed he deserved a much greater glory. In an impulsive act, he rode Pegasus and flew to Olympus. Bellerophon guided his winged horse towards the skies. Conquered by pride, he wanted Olympus because he thought it was right to have a place next to the gods. At Olympus, Zeus observed the daring and unbridled pride of that man, who considered himself part of the immortal gods. That display of arrogance was considered a grave sin, known as hubris.
How senseless! How can he dare? I believe one wasp will be beaten by another.
The supreme god made a wasp sting Bellerophon's horse. Bellerophon fell from the heavens, and his desire for immortality vanished among the clouds. A mortal would never survive such a great fall. Some say that Bellerophon died a terrible death. Others say he was saved by the goddess Athena and spent the rest of his life trying to find his winged horse again. But regardless of the fate of the proud hero, he never met Pegasus again. as the horse became immortal by the will of the gods and was placed among the stars.